There you go. Alright, so since I can convert this into a highlight because I have like 1,000 hours of highlight, we'll just start with this really quickly. No questions asked. This is gonna be a guy for Ori and Will of the Wisp. So I'll do my best to explain as much as I can. The run that I'm currently doing, it's sitting at a PB of 23. I only done 2 runs, 23 and 31, but I practice a lot to the point that I think I'm in a good spot to actually be able to provide a guide for this. There's very little for me to like really fix and changes. It's just polishing at this point. So I think it's a good moment to actually do this. Also, I'm stalling because I'm trying to make a video for the game before I actually go for the run. So this is a good way of stalling for an extra day or two, because I need to do this in Spanish as well. But anyways, there is going to be a couple things we're going to be getting, and there's also going to be an EXP route, experience route. We're gonna be getting a total of, I think it's like 8 shards, 5 of them being for the build that we're gonna be using, which is the bow. The bow is extremely good. We're gonna be using the bow for that. And yeah, I'm gonna try to explain as much as I can the stuff that I do. There's a couple like visual cues, normalizing, some manipulation here and there in order to succeed. The way that I play the game is I like schmoving. If you guys know what schmoving is, it's just trying to sort of move with certain mastery or skill. I wouldn't say I'm a speedrunner or anything, but I do like it when games allow me to just move quite relatively quickly. So what I mean by that is that don't adopt the same pace that I'm taking. Just try to tone the pacing that you have, that you're seeing. If you want to go faster, you can go faster. If you want to go slower, you can go slower. Just make sure that when you're doing it, it's based on your current skill level. I always tell people to actually move as fast as you feel like you can consistently play, not as fast as you want. So, hey, what's up, Reimers? Good to see you, brother. Looking good today. Thank you, dude. All right. So again, we're gonna be using backups as well to do a couple stuff to like be able to explain some stuff. We're gonna go back and forth. The one thing I will tell you is that since I sort of try to play non-stop, at certain points where I get to the enemies and they're like in a certain position, positions tend to be somewhat random, but if your movement is consistent and you get to a certain enemy at around the same amount of time, you'll find them there. However, if you reset checkpoint, the enemy position will be entirely different and it's not consistent. What I'm saying with this is quitting out at any point of the run and then coming back will change things, and you will have to be more aware of that. So if that happens to you, be aware that it's easy to get a hit, and also more importantly, practice is harder because things don't function the way they should. So to have that in mind. The XP rate, we're going to be trying to collect 2,300, 2,400, wait, no, 2,300, but the first 200 is going to be invested earlier than it should, and then the other 2,100 is going to be invested when we get to the hub. So we're going to be collecting experience orbs like we did right there. This part here, I kind of did it wrong here, but the way I like to do it is I like to like jump, like land on the left and then get the experience orb. Once you get the experience orb, we can go down. I'll get that when we come back, don't worry. But just letting you know that the experience orb, we get it by jumping and not touching the center. If you touch the center, your body will fall down. Okay, so for that, we grab fire and we move on. This first enemy we jump over. The second enemy we do kill. Because when we come back, we're gonna have the enemy here. You don't want to have that enemy up there. And another thing is, when you're in the air, you can do like some sort of uppercut, like this. And so you can kind of, as you can see, you can kind of stay in the air for a long time. Not bad for stalling. Not bad for clearing some areas. We don't really use it as much, but it's a good source of doing quick damage, like here. There's another 50, and then more importantly, it's gonna be, I think, the most useful against a particular enemy we're gonna be cheesing. 4 hits to kill. Here it's a very sort of a scary jump there, and so you gotta be careful about that. Jump around here, out to the left after a little bit, and then fall down. Don't trigger the enemy here first. Get this one, and then you're gonna want to trigger the enemy by being on top of this rock. This is the snapper, and is probably the most annoying enemy early on. So the way we actually deal with him is by attacking upwards when he gets close to us, like so. You can either do this or jump and then attack back down as he's coming in. That way he dies. He takes dot damage, so I think like 3 to 4 hits kills him, and 3 to 4 hits will be enough, and then the dot damage will do the rest. Nothing too scary for now. Grab onto this, grab on this, move up, and then we go this way. Pop, pop, pop. Early stream, yeah, because I need to do this. Day's gonna get really hot, and I don't wanna do this guide while the day's hot. Plus but which I haven't said, the run is like 3 hours, so expect the long guide. But yeah, if you don't like this type of lengthy run, then might not be for you. So all of this is pretty much self-explanatory, not a big deal. If you got the key, you'll get the key from this guy. If you didn't got the key, it means that the first key was not grabbed, so there you go. Don't think they're soft locked, it's just that you didn't grab it. Since we killed the slime here, we're not gonna see the slime up here, which is nice. And then we can move on forward. So we're gonna be going against our first boss of the game, which is Howl. There is 2 scripted hits that you're supposed to take, but we can actually avoid one of them. But it requires a precise jump. Well, 2 precise jumps in particular. The first one's gonna be next to this wall on the right side. When we get close to the wall, we're gonna jump. And then we'll jump again, and then I'll show you the other one. So jump here, jump here. If you do it that way, you can avoid by jumping exactly there, and that bite doesn't hit you at all. The second bite, though, you can't avoid it. It's part of like a cutscene. So even if you jump, you'll still get hit by it. And then you can do 2 hits, and 3 hits, you'll be fine here. You can do a lot of hits actually, but it's kind of risky the more hits you do. I like to keep it 1 to 2. That's how a boss fight. So the way it works is that he has, depending on your position, is what Howl's going to try to do. And normally there's sort of like 2 spots that Howl will attack, which is where the center of the stage is and the far end to the right. So to avoid Howl from reaching really far into the end, we have to we need a precise position, or not a precise position, but a certain position. So we're going to be adopting where I'm currently at. This position right here is enough to dodge the Howl's bite. The overhead attack that the Howl does, you don't need to be this far back, but you can pretty much adopt this position for both attacks if you want to, and just do 1 attack per. Okay, it's a little bit closer than that. Hold on. It's a little bit further than that. My bad. I guess we're gonna have to do this again. But it's around the leaf. It's around the back of the leaf for sure. So jump here again. Right, so around here. as you can see. Right, and we just do one attack per we attack once per attack. But if you want to punish more, you can actually punish the boss as the boss is walking away. If so, for example, if you punish here, you'll be able to do another attack. But I guess I did a little bit too late. But basically, if you punish there, as the boss is coming back, you can actually go for another attack. See if Hollow gives me... No? Okay, so we're gonna have to do it again. But the trying to hit him as he's chomping is a little bit risky versus when he's doing it overhead. There you go. We just wait here. If you're late for that one, there you go. So basically what I did there, if I would have done those 2 hits right after Hal would have been fully positioned, that second hit would have actually cost me the you know, that second attack would have cost me the hit. So there you go. As you can see, if you're hitting it as it's retreating, you can go for another hit, and you can even be more optimal with this. You can even be more optimal with it because when he actually does the overhead, if you hit him as a retreating, you actually can do 2 hits after the jump, because the overhead is slow enough that you can go hit him twice and then walk away. You'll still won't get hit, but it's more. It's riskier because you're gonna have to make sure that you get away as quickly as possible. So for the chomp, you can hit as it's retreating and then hit him once when it has fully retreated, and then for the overhead, you can hit him once as it's retreating and then twice before backing out. So that's like the best you can do. The chomp, you can also potentially like hit him as is attacking you. So if you position yourself well, you can probably attack it as it's about to bite, and so you might be able to connect there and then connect again as it's retreating and then do another one. So you can be more optimal with this fight, but it gets riskier the more optimal you try to do. And also as you can see, like the few tries that we did where we actually got pushed all the way to the end, you see that Hal didn't back off, meaning that it's kind of GG at that point for it. I mean, once you get hit, it's GG. But if you're doing full runs, you're gonna have to go ham and try to see if you can prevent Hal from doing that many hits to you. But yeah. Hal not cooperating that much with me, but that's fine. I think it's a good idea for you guys to see how things can go bad as well. So my hope is that there's a lot to showcase in this, not just the good side, but also the bad side about everything. Standard wall jumps and platforming, nothing super crazy. We don't go down there, but you're gonna get the melee first. And you can skip cutscene once your character kind of automatically starts moving by itself. And we get this. Since I quit out, the enemy position here might be slightly different, but you just have to be aware of them. And now since we have the melee, the best course of action when dealing with this kind of enemy specifically is to uppercut them to interrupt their attack and then proceed to kill them. So we're gonna do uppercuts here and then attack them. And same gonna go for these guys over here. Right there. This guy can die off that. And then this snapper here, he always is not in the same spot. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go over Pogo and keep going right, because the Pogo will let us stay in. If you do it right, you'll be high enough that you will get past the snapper even if it gets knocked back. But you need to, it can't be too early, it has to be somewhat late. So, and if you miss, then don't worry, it means that he dashed you all the way to the other side, which allows you to get to the right side. So Pogo, always Pogo that snapper, so that way you don't get hit by it, you stagger it, because this is a guaranteed stagger. or if you miss, that means the snapper. It's on the left side. Magnet just to get, you know, energy, health, and you know, and all that is needed, like these kind of things, without having to pick them up yourself. So experience, energy, and health are automatically picked up. Pretty useful, because some of the enemies, we're gonna need experience from some of the enemies we kill. Not too much, but I still need it to complete a little bit. So yeah. Now this experience sword that we're gonna get now, you can get it later, you can get it now, depending on, you know, it's personal preference. It's not a big deal if you don't get it now. Because either way, you're gonna have to kill these two coming in, going down and going up to make this particular part safe. So say hello to Barry. You kill Barry here. And so one thing very important that I need you to understand is that when you are uppercutting one of the enemies, early on, since we don't have double jump, which will explain how it works, the interesting mechanic about movement. If you uppercut the enemy, there's a chance that they will land with you, like close to where you're gonna land. So one of the things I like to do is uppercut and stay away as far as I can, and then move in. If I see the enemy sort of arc is actually not that far into me. So there's chances. There's been moments where I uppercut and the enemy kind of falls where I'm actually falling, and you take a hit easy. Not all enemies, but some enemies, if you uppercut them and they're still in the air, they actually don't have any hit. They don't have any hitbox to hit you. So the slime is a prime example of that. If the slime is with you and basically like gliding with your body, it doesn't have any hitbox until it lands or is about to land or something like that. But basically in the initial animation of that uppercut, you'll be fine. So focus on repositioning and then hit the slime afterwards. Or if you think you can hit the slime in the air, just go for it. So after that, we got the snapper. We're gonna bait the snapper into us here, and we're going to cheese the snapper here. Our attack actually has a pretty good range, so we're gonna be using that a couple times. And so we kill the snapper so we can actually get this experience warp here. And I'll put some audio just in case, just a little bit. There you go. So it doesn't feel that empty. One of the things I don't like is how with joystick the going down is kind of weird. So if you have a D-pad, you're using a D-pad, that's pretty good. But you'll probably, I don't know, you'll probably need joystick at some point. Anyways, this slime here, you don't have to kill it now. You can kill it later. Since it's like that position, we kill it later. It might shoot you, depending on how you do it. Just be aware of that and dodge accordingly. Not super scary when you're dealing with it. I usually like to kill it when I arrive, because, you know, if you don't quit out, the slime will be more to the right, so you can drop and kill it early so that you don't have to worry about it. So yeah, there is a speedrun strat where you can drop through this and actually cut close to the next ability, but we don't do that for this because I don't know exactly how risky it is. I haven't played it yet. This guy, 2 hits, and then walk past him, and then do a full combo, kill him, jump over here because the snapper will hit you, and then from here you cheese the next 2 snappers. Hola, Gocho. And so here we're gonna be cheesing snappers over and over. Okay, so that's the first time that's ever happened to me. I've never seen that before. I don't even know how that snapper actually got up there. It could be the fact that I hit him as it's actually bonking. So watch that again. I'll watch that myself later on, but watch that again if you're watching this guide and see what actually happened and try to fix it yourself. And that's the first time I've seen that. I've never seen that before. Basically my hit plus the bonk probably put them up there or something. I don't really know. So you got double jump. Double jump is going to be very important, but more important than that is actually going to be sticky. We're going to be using sticky for pretty much the majority of the entire run. It's really good for strats and positions. This I do this in particular. If the snapper is too far away from me, then basically what I do is like I drop down and then I double jump midair. And if the snapper is below me, I get past him. If it's in the middle, I pogo. If it's too far away, then I land and then I double jump over, which is what we did. So, you know, double jump midair, pogo, and then If those two positions are not covered, that means the snapper is far away from you. Just land middle and then jump over. If you don't want to do that, you can just, you know, go down little by little because you have sticky and just kill the snapper little by little. So not a big deal either. And then we proceed to leave. Up over here, don't need to do the other, you know, the intended route if you don't want to. Move the boulder to the right side. Now we kill the snail or the slime. Okay, so one thing that you notice there is that sure I did have double jump, but a very interesting mechanic in this game is the ability to get all your movement options back again after attacking an enemy. So, and it's not even enemies, it's also structures. If you attack a structure that is breakable, you will also gain that back. Now, how far does it extend in terms of structures? I don't really know. Maybe there's some structures that you can break that you won't be able to get access to your movement options again, but there's breakable walls that are being able to just jump over and over and over. So, since you can get all your movement options, you can pretty much double jump, and then if you hit an enemy, you have access to your double jump again. This is going to apply to most of our movement options. So it's going to be pretty important to know that now, because you might need to rely on your movement options over and over as you're in the air with some enemies or some bosses. So I'm letting you know now. Here, for example, I double jump here, uppercut, and then I can jump again. If this enemy lands on top, which is a good example of this, just be patient with it. The attack actually arcs don't extend all the way to the bottom. Kill it as you can, and then, you know, GG. Some of the slimes requires you to be a little bit patient with them, because things happen in unintended ways. After that, we're gonna grab this here. I don't know if there's a need to grab this. What you want is to be able to teleport to this spirit well, and so I don't really know if you need to activate it in order to do so. If you don't need to activate it, then it's perfect. I have not tested this myself, to be honest, but or I probably have, but I don't remember. But basically, you activate the spirit well if it's necessary. If not, you just need to get to it so it shows in the map. Double jump here, grab this, and then we jump backwards to prevent from the enemy from landing with us, as you can see. And so after jumping backwards, we readjust after that. Get this and then get the key. And then we move up. I like the fact that we actually got hit pretty early, like how we did, because it also serves as a good base for people who, this is something I've heard from people, consider not doing highlight guides because they tend to. By the way, if you get this guy right in this position, you can keep doing this until he dies, because he hits the thing and he falls again, and you keep looping him. But I'm saying I've heard of runners who actually are afraid of doing guides because of the oh, that you can actually go through that rock. That's actually surprising for me. Anyways, this berry again. So berry is pretty scary, but when you get to berry, you actually don't have berry this low. It's because we quit out. So on the How boss fight that this changed, but berry actually ends up being really high up, and so this is probably the scariest slime you have to deal with, because you gotta bait an attack, get out, and then try to go up. And so by the time you get to berry, there's a chance that berry can hit you. And so this slime, I'm not gonna say it can be a really big reset point, but it's one of those moments where it can just be a pain in the ass to get past. And one of the reasons I say that is because the surface that the slime is going through has some bumps, and so those bumps change the trajectory of the projectile. Sometimes it can go a little bit more to the left, or a little bit more to the right. So this particular enemy, if you really want to get really good at it, it kind of requires a bit of like knowledge farming when it comes to the enemy's position, so you know exactly where to stand and what to do. It's a bit of a memory here more than anything. But resetting makes berry go below instead of being high. So being low is technically better, as you can see, because you can connect the uppercut. When berry is pretty high, you can't really connect that uppercut. You have to like really wall jump into it. So very scary there. But yeah, I was saying, I like that I got hit a few times in the beginning because you know this gives confidence to maybe runners who kind of want to make guides but they don't like the idea. They make posts and stuff as to like not being good enough to make guides. Uh, guides are for explaining stuff. You know, is you share your knowledge to people regardless of your skill level, and if it's good knowledge, it's good knowledge no matter what. And guides are not always going to be perfect. You're going to get hit here and there, and that's okay. You don't, you know, you do need to, there's some credibility binded to professionalism in some way, but things don't have to be perfect all the time. Anyways, so this is interesting. So these two slimes are, this is how they're supposed to be. When you quit out, they're not like this. Actually closer to where I am, the one on the bottom, and the one on the top is where it's right now. But yeah, this is perfect. Ideally here, you don't want to stop at all. You want to continue because by the time you get to the slime will turn around. You need to hit 5 times before the slime attacks. So, well, 4 I guess. Right, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. And then here, uppercut to prevent him from attacking, and then proceed to attack. So 4 hits before that slime turns around. Here, since we have sticky, I just hold up and then jump over. Sometimes if you hold up, the character will go over it. You just jump, you'll make it regardless. Okay. So you can either, and I can kind of show it to you, I guess. So I'll show it to you real quickly here. So if you do this, just double jump again. Like so. So the first one was kind of scary. But yeah, and if you don't want them, then just jump back and just grab the thingy. Right. The first one looks scary because my timing was off, but you get the idea. Right, so up here you're gonna grab another experience orb. Remember, the experience is important. We're trying to get 2,200 total. 2,100 total by the time we actually encounter our first hub merchant, not the first time we encounter the 2 merchants. This guy, we kill him because he can be a bit of a troll. These guys, we always deal with them the same way. Does 2 to 3 hits, go over under them, and then full combo when they land. You'll be fine. Reckless is the next thing we're gonna get. We're actually gonna be upgrading this all the way to the max when we get to the first merchant. So we're starting at 15, but we'll get 35% more damage afterwards. But we equip it now because, you know, it's somewhat useful now. This one is not necessary. Once you get to like PV1, you won't need this. But it's always good to have. When things go bad, you kind of don't want to lose some progress. So healing is good. Apologize for that. But for the sake of this run, we're definitely going to pick it up. Jump over, and since we actually missed the orb, we're going to get it now. There we go. Go to the left here. Every single slime we do this. This slime in particular here, you can make sure that when you do it, this is an easy meme hit. Hold on. So one of the things that could happen is when Ori is vaulting, you see that vaulting animation? You might be inclined to time the uppercut as high as you can so you can connect. But if you time the uppercut as Ori is doing the uppercut, you won't get the animation. Okay, so I guess something that I could probably do here for you guys is show you guys the inputs. So stream changes to 5. Apologize, this is really quick. And we're gonna change the background to There you go. And wait. It can't be minimized. It has to be behind the OBS. So of this and this. There you go. So when you're here, when you're vaulting, sometimes you'll nail it. See if I can show it to you. There you go. If you go back and check that input, you'll notice that that it didn't came out. So that can happen when you're trying to. There you go again. That can happen when you're trying to kill slime. So best thing you could do is just do it from here, from the bottom. Don't wait for it to go like as high as you can. Just do it from the bottom. Or if you want to, jump and press jump and immediately uppercut. But honestly, just uppercut from way before you vault. Go under this guy. Not a big deal. He's gonna jump. You're gonna be fine. And then we missed the orb, so we're gonna get the orb now. And so that guy that dropped normally doesn't drop. Hold on a second, because I made a big mistake dropping there. There you go. So normally you don't really see that hopper. You just go to the right. Uppercut this guy. Then move to the right. So that would happen if you miss the orb. They fall down. And I guess I fall down because I didn't jump early, so I did a double jump, and I didn't make it. But you should be able to make it. But if not, just avoid landing in the middle and then jump over, so you don't have to get this experience orb now. You can get it earlier when you're supposed to. Ideally for the run, that is. This is the first merchant, but we actually don't get anything from him now. This is the first of 2 merchants. We're gonna be buying his stuff from him later on. Don't really know if that's like a shortcut, but basically you want to be around here, jump out and then jump in. And if you hit the edge, just wall jump in. You'll be fine. This enemy we kill, so go under. He's gonna jump over you. Again, same thing. 1, 2, 3. Go under. 1, 2, 3, 4. He dies. That's having reckless, by the way. If you don't have reckless, you'll need an extra hit for that. And then this experience where we get here, we go high, wait, double jump, and we grab. Like so. Okay. And then here we're gonna encounter the first annoying enemy of the game, which is this guy. So these enemies in particular actually have, I think almost every enemy follow this sort of thing, but they have a tether in terms of like aggro. So basically an aggro range, where if you get inside that, they will attack. If you're outside of that, even if they're like really close to you, they won't attack you. And so this one in particular tends to be a little bit higher, more to the right, and if we're lucky, gets really close to the spikes where we are now, and we can go under and it will try to attack you and hit and die. And so that way you don't have to deal with that later. So it's not doing that. It might kill itself if it wants to, I don't know. But as you can see, it's not super cooperating. We need it to be high so we can move on. And so I'm gonna wait for it to do that. And there you go, that's the kill. So you can wait till it actually is in that position so you can jump over. But if you don't want to wait, you can just go over, do the thing, and then when you get at the bow, you can kill it. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult to kill with the bow. But yeah. I guess I shouldn't have killed it, so I can show you guys how do we kill him afterwards. You can skip this cutscene, thank you. Because there's a good way of killing it without having to deal with the aggro, but now, since I already quit on Hollow, there might be some things that are a little bit different. Also, lad here, jump over, get up, do a jump, works every time, and every single time works. Even if you quit out, that's how it works. Okay, so the enemy I killed it, but basically if you can't deal with it, I'll show you after this. Anyways, grab an energy. We're gonna need many energies for later for some enemies, and then we're gonna grab the bow. Okay. So if the enemy is still alive, there is a certain point in this area here where the enemy stops from chasing. And I think it's basically like this line here. Like once you cross this line is where the enemy gets aggro. So as long as you're down here, you can shoot the enemy from here and kill it. But make sure that you're aware of like OD going down little by little when you're shooting. So you need to readjust your position. But from here you can kill the fly or the insect, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it is. Little by little until it dies, and then you can get up. If you're out of energy, you can slash from here. There you go. And don't do exactly what I did. You can slash from here and holding forward. That way you grab back the wall, and so that way you won't be out of energy at all. Okay. So shoot this up here. This is pretty much casual thing. And then this enemy in particular actually has an aggro range all the way to where I'm at, actually even past this. So the best way we deal with this guy is we shoot and we walk back, we shoot and we walk back. Okay. So it can be a pain in the ass. Shoot and we walk back. And so what we want is to keep pushing him away from us. Because if we stay in the same position, it will get knocked back, but it will go far enough forward that will be able to dash us, and we don't want that. We want it to try to search for us and try to get to us as we keep pushing it back. If it keeps getting forward and forward, try to just let the enemy kind of invade your space and just walk away. Don't really stand your ground unless you know how to deal with the enemies, which I guess I should explain how to deal with them. I'll probably explain how to deal with them in the next enemy that we encounter. Up here. Jump here, shoot, and then go down. Grab onto this. I don't really know what's the intended way of doing that, but maybe you like hold the wall and then look right and shoot. But the things that don't really need explanation. If you already beat the game, you know how to do them. So no big deal here. Some of them though require to play a more specific way to have the most amount of consistency, so I will explain those. But yeah, we grab the two eyes and we keep moving on. There's I guess we have a long way to go, but there's a couple things that I do that might not work just because I reset it. So have in mind that I'll try my best to explain it, but based on the reset, they might not work for me on this one. So we'll see how we do. This is the second merchant that we find, and this merchant we're gonna be buying stuff from, but not now specifically, except for one thing. Right, only one thing we're gonna be buying, which is, and we're not gonna be buying, we're gonna be upgrading. We're gonna buy wing clip. Later on, we're going to upgrade stuff with this merchant more than anything. And wing clip is really good because it increases the damage we do to flying enemies by 100%. So after killing this enemy, you can safely switch to wing clip. But you don't really need to do it now. Actually, no, not yet. Because we need to kill some slimes. But there's gonna be a certain point where you still switch to fight the slime. 50% extra damage from the reckless does help a lot with some of these guys, so. Okay. Grab around like this area here. You can use the Odie's position to double jump there safely. And then from here, shoot and then jump. If the shot misses, hold back. Like if you not fully hold back, but this is something you're gonna have to have in your mind when you're doing this. So if you shoot and you miss, hold back and you land here. If you hold forward, you'll land way down there, and that's an easy way to like lose a run. And you don't want to continue jumping because you also get hit when he falls down. So jump, shoot. If the shot misses, fall down. and then try again, or shoot again while you're falling down. You know, track with this. This lowers the water, and here just hold forward. On the landing, you should be fine here. There you go. And then slightly to the right of this. Grab this. Wait for the camera to pan to the left because the shots won't land automatically if you don't wait for the camera. Go here, shoot again, and then jump again. Boom. So here we're gonna find the first enemy that we're gonna be using wing clip on. And this enemy can appear from the top or from the bottom, so we're gonna go bottom first because it's the best option. And we do get it. And so in this position here, the best way to deal with the enemy when it's above you is to go under it. Right? You go under it and then you start shooting. And then if you haven't killed it, then away and jump. Okay? So this enemy dies in 3 hits. Enemy dying 3 hits with wing clip. You can do 2 hits, and if it dashes, you can get close and smack it, and you'll be fine, as you can see. And you're kind of screwed here after doing that, so you're gonna have to go up. But that's no big deal. It's just that you're gonna have to deal with one slime that's you're not supposed to. So there's a slime, and so the best way is to use reckless for this. But there's a chance you might not have enough to kill the slime, so there you go. That barely enough. If not, you're gonna have to go under, and it's gonna be a little bit risky to go. But yeah, what I did there is not usually what it should happen. It's just that the game can auto lock into these things, and it can be really annoying. So sometimes it's just best to like get as far away from the left side as possible. Or just be under, and that way Odie doesn't hit. But middle is where Odie can get to shoot those eyes, and it's not that great. If the enemy comes from the top side, then you're going to want to sort of jump in to check it out. The enemy aggroes, drop down, and then wait for the enemy to try to see if the enemy can go over this instead of under. Under can be a little bit more, weird to fight against. So you kind of want the pathing to. You want the enemy's pathing to follow this, right? Go over, be up here, and then try to hit you as it's going down. If the enemy's pathing is under, then you're gonna have to like circle around and try to get him to high ground, because the enemy's pathing could just do this and then drop down and then search you from the bottom. And at that point, you kind of want to just go over and wait for the enemy to appear from the right side and then sort of play from the low ground. Because having the enemy high ground is like the better option. Anyways, double jump here, shoot that, shoot this, and then just stand here. Don't go down expecting the boulder to drop, because this boulder can actually land really close to here, and this boulder, if it squishes you, you're dead. So you don't want to be squished. I've had my experiences with it at least once, and I don't want to have it again. So. Nothing crazy for the boulder. We move on. Grab this, and then here, you're not supposed to have reckless. You should still have wing clip. It's just that I needed to deal with that slime. If that's the case, switch back, shoot him 3 times, and then go under. I did a slight mistake there. I actually turned around because I heard a sound effect, and I thought it was doing something weird, and so I went back, but. Don't do what I did. Just keep moving in a certain direction. Again, this slime is like too far forward. This is not normal. That's not normal for the slime to be there. The slime usually is on the edge on the other side. And so what you do is you uppercut and it will hit the spike if you're lucky. If not, then you'll be able to kill it in the air. So again, you're seeing weird stuff just because I quit out. That's the effect that the quit out does to your run, so just avoid quitting out as much as you can. And then here, just wait for the camera to go down to see where this guy is. This guy is on the right side. It's very Gucci. Now, this guy is really scary when you're close. That's an explosion that actually has a pretty big hitbox. And you don't wanna be close to when the boss when the enemy is doing that. So the idea here is to either shoot him or smack him as it's shooting you. You can either jump over it or you can go under it because of the arc. And so one of the things you could do is go under and then uppercut. Oh, maybe not uppercut this guy. There you go. You can uppercut, and before it starts the inflating animation, you can kind of like loop him over and over. Now this time it was on the right side, so I actually died to the spikes, but if it's on the left side, you might not have that. The safer approach is to jump over and shoot, jump over and shoot, jump over and shoot, right? So if the enemy is attacking, you just jump, shoot, or double jump, shoot, double jump, shoot. And so that way you kill him little by little. But it's like the safest way to do this, and that way you don't have to worry about getting hit by the explosion that it does when it inflates, when it gets like when it puffs up. After doing this, these guys will spawn. The one on the bottom is like it does an explosion. That one in particular will dash like the other one, but it will stick onto the ground and explode, so you don't want to be anywhere near it. So we're gonna do the same thing, which is like shoot, walk away, shoot, walk away, and there you go. What we're trying to do is sort of force them to pursue, and if they try to pursue, then the chances of them dashing you instantly are like way less. This enemy went too high up, so not always where it gets is scary, but as you're going up, just pay attention. Sometimes it just disappears, and I don't understand how that works. There it is. So see what it's gonna do. But yeah, if it goes high, it's just a very scary scenario, because one of the things I hate about this enemy in particular is that there's not this. It's a very difficult clear. It's like there's not a clear indication of like what target is it going for. Like its goal is to hit you, but it will go on the last place it tracked you. The question is, when did it track you? What part of the animation did it track you? And so that's like the difficult part, right? I thought it was in the beginning of the animation, at the end of the animation, and I couldn't get a really good grasp of like when does it happen. So if you're making weird movements or you're not paying attention to your movement, you'll probably get caught because of your own movement. So we're gonna go up slowly, see where this guy is. And since I already knew that I was on the left side of the wall, then I already knew like where he was going to go. And from here, we just do this. If the enemy chases, which it might do, from this position, since it's below, don't contest this. Run away if you can. If the enemy is high, then try to kill it, because it might be able to chase you, and you don't want to deal with it when you're dealing with the slime. But if you get the scenario where it's like really low, it'll probably forget that you exist. And if it chases you, then you'll probably be far away that you won't have to worry. Just try not to deal with these enemies when they're in the same level as you, because it's pretty horrible. You're gonna have to jump over them. Uppercuts don't really stagger them, and I don't think poggos either. So these are like very, stagger immune enemies, which is crazy for a flying enemy. So yeah, uppercut here, kill this guy, and then we go down here, drop down, and we're doing this just to get one experience orb. There's a chance that there might be all the experience orbs that you can get that could substitute for this one. So do that. This enemy is not supposed to be here. If you don't quit out, if you just do full run, that enemy won't be there, so you'll be fine. And then for here, the safest way to do this is hold right. When you drop, jump up, and then jump again. And so that way is somewhat of a normalized sort of strat, because if you're holding right, you'll always land in the same spot. Kill this enemy, and then shoot this. And so here's where things get really weird, or like the most noticeable when it comes to quitting out. One of the nice strats that I like to do is drop down fully without having to worry. But if you quit out, some of the enemies will like have weird spots where they're gonna be below where you're dropping, so that could be scary. Other times they will just be close as you're dropping, even when you're not quitting out. So the best thing I found is to kill them all, especially because you're gonna come back here to go to the left and get something, and then go up to get 1,000 experience, which is a lot. And so these enemies respawn in the timer. Apparently there's a timer that they respawn. So our goal is going to be to kill them, go all the way down, get the necessary things, go back up, and collect the 2 things that we need in this particular room before they spawn. Now sometimes not all of them will spawn, and that sucks because you want to kill them all now. But it is what it is. This is probably one of the harder rooms just because you're just kind of gonna have to deal with them, and there's gonna be different scenarios that you're gonna have to do. So starting off, we're gonna kill this guy. This guy's not the scariest of them all, but you want to do this. Now, something that I did here that was a mistake is you first kill the slime before you grab the energy. The reason for that being is because when you grab this energy, as the second energy of the first 2 that you grabbed, or like half of the energy, you get a full refill. So you can shoot the snail or the slime, and then grab the energy so you can get a refill, and you have all 4. You'll have all 4 like fully filled up. Now, these enemies don't aggro until a certain point, and there's 2 ways to know where the aggro range is. Number 1 is looking at the texture in the wall. The second one is looking at the loading icon in the corner. So it's right below me, like literally right below where my character is. If you touch this, you'll see that the loading appeared. So look at the loading in the bottom left corner, as you can see there. And then these enemies also realize that it exists. And so from here, you can kind of do this and just kill them. Right? But, this is a bit precious. Like, how do I say this? Oh, one of them probably died. The arrows you're going to need to kill the slime on the right side and also kill the another enemy. So you might want to hold on to that. So, the section here, we're just going to touch this and they're going to come back up. There we go. And so from here, you can either shoot them or smack them. So right around here. And there you go. And then we check where the other one is. I think the other one probably died. There you go. And so here we kill this slime. This slime can sometimes fall down, and if it falls down, they will land into this, and you can kill it. But just be careful that he's in close range to actually be able to attack you. So be careful with that. Here, this enemy. Oh, we got this enemy. Okay, so every single one of them spawn, which is nice. But sometimes this enemy won't spawn, and one of the 2 flying insects won't spawn. And so what that means is when you come back up, you'll find them both, or one of them spawning, and that's horrible because you don't want that. But this enemy, same thing. You know, double jump over, shoot. This is the strat I was talking about. Double jump, shoot, double jump, shoot. Right, and you want to wait till the shot happens, because if you do it too early, then, you know, you'll mess up. Okay, so here, this is the strat that I use. I go all the way to the top, and by inputting a jump, the character lets go of this bamboo. And then once you pass the bamboo, you hold left, and you double jump as soon as you're about to go down. This is a bit risky. Maybe you don't like this time thing, but I do it because I don't like going down slowly. There's also slime, so jump and then hold left, hold right, and then jump. Right, and then after this, grab onto this bamboo, land here, jump here, turn around, uppercut, and then kill this guy. Now, this enemy in particular here, we want him to die to the spikes. So you don't want to go all the way to the edge, because if you go to the edge, the arc of that jump will actually be won't be far enough for the enemy to die. So you want to like just trigger him to jump. So if you trigger him to jump right here, he'll die. Right? If you go this far forward, he won't die. He will just miss the spikes. You don't want that. Going down here, you're gonna want to jump. Look where I jumped. That's the visual cue that I have in the background of the jump. So here, and then that. So that way, when you double jump, the enemy will break through the wall. You'll grab onto the wall on the right side, and you'll be able to just continue going forward. And then the thing we do to get past this enemy is we go down here, force him to crash, and then we go over. If you don't do that, he will chase you, and you will have a hard time. Activate the pedestal, because we're gonna need this for later. And pedestals in particular are kind of are not, I wouldn't say like super casual friendly, And if you're like not really good at movement, you're gonna have to struggle. You're gonna struggle a little bit with it, so have that in mind. But you'll see what I mean when we get there. They tend to be pretty difficult to beat, even for a casual playthrough, which is weird. Here's dash. Dash is probably this is where the movement gets really nice, and I love it. So dash to do this. There's actually an orb here you can grab. We don't really grab this orb, but that's 200, so that's like really good. And just dash out. Dash jump here, double jump, dash again, and the enemy will miss every single time. Double jump here, dash here, and then from here you can dash. You can double jump and dash to the right, or you can do it from here depending on how you feel. I just do it from here, and then so that way it lands me right in the spot. Jump, dash here, and once you get to this enemy here, immediately start shooting at it. So reckless is up, shoot. You want to kill it before it attacks you because it will attack you. Jump here, and you get this. Boom. Right? If you get to 200, that means you can let go of like 200 more experience from somewhere else, which is probably like the more ideal scenario. Because it's just faster, I guess, now that I think about it. I didn't pick it up because I thought it was like 100, so I didn't care about 100, but if it's 200, it's actually pretty good, now that I think about it. But yeah, you can get that one, and then if you were to get like 500 later on, you can avoid it, which, to be honest, there's like two 500s, I mean, not 500, 50. There's two 50s you're gonna want to get after the boss fight, like once you're like closer to getting to the hub. Those two you can skip it if you actually grab this 200. So those are the two that I recommend skipping, and then the other 250 you can choose whatever you want. Also, it's a good 200 if you're like low experience, because there's been moments where I've been like slightly low on experience and I sort of miss one or two for some reason. So you get that, you don't have to worry about experience at all that you missed. Okay, so here, this room in particular is also a little bit scary, so I take it slow. But if you want to go fast, ideally your best option will be for the flying enemy to be inside this room and not high up, because that way as you're going under, it dashes you and then you can continue going. But this time the flying enemy is on the top left side of this room, which means you can't really do that. You're gonna have to play it slow. So one thing I will say is I recommend killing this guy by arrow, because I encountered something really weird. Which is, for some reason, I was attacking this guy from far, and I still got hit. And so, be careful with that guy. It's not supposed to happen, but I guess it did. But I kind of understand why. It's because hitboxes in this game haven't been fully fixed. So that's the enemy. We're not gonna be killing him. We just need him to get out of there. And or you can bait it to kill itself. There you go. You can bait it to go down there. Double jump here, dash here. You're out. So some enemies will require you to like really, you know, and I don't know the word in English, but basically, you're gonna be forced to make decisions and improvise. Basically, improvise, yeah. You're gonna be forced to improvise, and so here, jump, shoot, then jump back, double jump up, and then dash. The sort of like position you want to use is like around here, leveled with the like the green stuff. You can go a little bit higher, double jump here, and then dash, and so that way you'll make it. If you go lower than that, you'll struggle a little bit, like how I almost did. And then from here, when we come back, we're gonna have to deal with the slime, but it's not a big deal because going from the bottom, it's not that bad. So uppercut, and then he's dead. Usually that slime actually will be higher than that, but you'll still be able to catch up. If we made it in time, oh, that's not what I'm supposed to do. If we made it in time, the enemies up here will still not be spawned. So we're going to first grab the... Oh, this enemy did not die. That's interesting. Okay, so if I can bait him Oh, so the enemy on the top did spawn. Well, that's fun. Let me change to, because he would have died if it wasn't for that. But yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you're not fast enough, they will spawn. And the slime will spawn. I think the other one just didn't die and I didn't kill him. But the slime will spawn if you're not fast enough. So you gotta be somewhat quick. If you're not quick, then prepare to fight, because they will respawn. And then that enemy in particular, you just need to, you know, if it's low with you, jump over. If it's high, just go under. And if the slime is not on the top, then utilize what the whole like aggro range that I showed you, and so that way you can be up there and kill it before it does anything. Dímelo, Black. Get again. So we're going to. Oh, great. Speaking of an enemy, I guess the other ones respawned as well. This is fun. So. Okay, so you didn't even pay attention to me, which is weird. No, salió Black, simplemente estoy haciendo esto para stall. Para video. Here we're just going to do this, dash, and man, this is horrible. Every single enemy spawned. So every single enemy spawned, which is horrible. But basically they're all supposed to be dead. You're just gonna platform all the way up here and you'll be fine. Since they spawn, I can probably talk about this. Let me kill these enemies real quick. There you go. If this enemy in particular, the slime on the right side, has not been killed or it appears alive, then what you're gonna do is you're going to drop here, dash, and then uppercut. Okay, so drop, dash, jump, uppercut, and then continue. That's all you need to do. That's about it. Okay. And then dash here, jump here. That enemy in particular, we usually hangs out in the middle. Since we quit out, it's a bit more in the left, but it's always like hanging out in the middle most of the time. Just land, double jump over, and then dash. Make sure you get to the wall, and then resume. So here, double jump here, uppercut. As you can see, after I do an uppercut, I can jump again. So I do it to adjust my height. Super good. Right. So this you're just gonna have to practice, but double dash here, drop down, dash here. Usually don't get that hard fall. Jump over, then dash. That jump could have been better. You actually make that jump if you don't, you know, if you don't mess up. And then just keep falling. Dash, jump there, double jump, dash here, you'll be fine. And then we can do the same thing as we're falling down. And then jump here, fall down, dash here. If you do it right, you jump over, uppercut, and then if you go up here, they won't bother you anymore. And then that enemy in particular that just fall down, they could fall down here and not explode. If it doesn't, then just shoot them. There we go. And then we go up here. Now we're gonna be going up against the boss, the second boss of the game. Actually, not the second boss. Yeah, the second boss. Actually, yeah. Anyways, uppercut, and then we kill. Slimes, you just deal with the slime the same way as always. Don't worry about that. Hey, Bushi, look at that guy. Oh my god. So. We're gonna be fighting the next boss of the game. And this boss has just one particular thing that is a bit of a meme. And I'll explain it now. So when the boss actually does like a flame attack where you have to double jump over, there's a chance that the boss will rush forward. Or it can rush backwards, but the worst part is when it rushes forward. If it does that, don't be scared. Just land and then go under if that's what it wants, because it's going to jump over you, or just walk away. It's the most difficult thing to deal with because the space you have between the flame and the dash might not be that favorable, and it can sometimes screw you. But just have that in mind. It's like the worst thing that you will have to deal with. So the way we actually deal with it, the flame, the safest way is double jump and then uppercut. Uppercut stalls us in the air for a little bit, so it's not bad. So double jump and then do that. If you see him kind of squaring up, that means he's going to jump. If it tries to like kick the ground, that means it's going to rush you. Okay, here we do 3 hits per jump, and the last one we can do 2 hits to be safe, 3 to be somewhat okay, 4 is super risky. You're gonna have to dash away if you can even. Okay, 3, 1, 2, 3. Actually, you can do 4 here, 1, 2, 3, and then dash away. Now, not always you're gonna want to dash away, because if you're close to each of the edges, you will just get hit by the spikes. But the position we're gonna be assuming is this one here, right? And depending on what he wants to do 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and then I do 2 here, just walk away. Double jump this, and he's squaring up, so now we walk away. And I almost might not make it, which is also a bit of a troll there. The camera sometimes plays a big role in gathering information, and one of the things that happened here is that I wasn't really able to gather information on like how far am I to the spikes. So that thing is going to happen. The best thing I can tell you is rely on the enemy's animation. If you see him looking to jump over, just go under is the best moment. Okay, so yeah. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, and then go back. Stand here. Double jump. Double jump and uppercut. You can do 5 hits here and a shot, because the full combo is 5 hits. You can do 5 hits and a shot, and that's the most damage you'll be able to pull off probably. Double jump. Do this. He's gonna square up. Or not square up, he's gonna shoot and then back. And then if you're too far, don't try to always commit into going under. You can always play very defensively and get away from it. If you're not able to punish the first one, it's not a big deal. And then walk away. If the position is too close to the edge, you will like, get away from it. There we go. So at this point, you see in the experience it shows 1,900. You're supposed to have 1,700. It's just we took 200 experience more, but at this point you're supposed to take 1,700. If you want, you can take every experience that we took plus the 200, just because at halfway through we're going to need probably around 200 more, so we could buy the ability to breathe on the water, which is going to be very important for, or not very important, but it's going to be very useful for Luma pools when going to Qualoc, just because that way we don't have the element of like timer underwater, which is horrible. That's what I'm about to do here. I think since I quit out, it's not going to work out potentially, but if you want to do this strat, this is usually what I do. I just bait this guy into shooting on the left side, I go to the right, drop, and then after a certain projectile going down, I go after that projectile and sort of weave myself through the spikes, land, dash and dash. But before landing, you could probably double jump and then dash again. If you use your double jump, you're screwed. You can't do that. But yeah, so here, left side, lands in the right. Try it again because he was too far to the left. There you go. Right side, fall down. Wait for this way, jump here, land here, dash, dash, just like that. Now, the worm, the last sort of slug that we actually saw, can sometimes be in the edge of where we dash, and so it can be really, really scary. really, really scary. So maybe just pay attention to that, you know. Now, like what I'm saying is like test out other options because you're gonna need plan B's and C's for that. Now that we got the next ability, which is bash, we can sort of interact with enemies to get height, get them away from them. This is sort of like a repositioning type of thing more than anything for me. But it's just a very platforming tool for getting through the entire game. But in terms of combat, we're gonna be using it to sort of interrupt enemies and sort of place them in other areas that is more favorable, or like sort of set them up to be able to kill them in the air. So 100 here, and we're like 100 away for what we need, but we're going to be collecting all the experience so you know where all of them are. But here's the first use of bash, and then I'm going to be using it to push this guy over there, and that way he dies. And then like that, and then again. Now, something very important about bash that you need to understand, this is very crucial. Bash is very lenient when it comes to timing, but the timing is sort of catered for people who likes to press early, not for people who like to time it well. So when you're bashing, don't try to time your bash with the enemy or projectile being as close as possible to Ori, because you will get hit. It has a bit of a delay on input. So what you want to do is press it early. And the game is generous enough that will still grant you the bash. Okay, so as you can see, I look at the inputs right now, and you'll see that the bash is like super generous, right? As you can see, it's super generous in sort of like distance. So have that in mind. Dash here, dash down, go under here. And now we're gonna go and collect our next shard, and this shard is probably the most important shard of all for the bow build that we got, which is Splinter. Splinter reduces our damage by 50%, but it allows us to shoot 5 more times, and the damage that we do, the damage output of this, it's insane. But it's insane when you combine it with other shards that increase our damage. So there you go. We're gonna need this guy to go up again. As you can see, super generous with that. ¿Vas a tirar runcita? Yo digo, ¡ay! No, yo no voy a tirar runcita. Voy a hacer... También estoy haciendo esto en inglés. Y si me toma mucho tiempo, posiblemente haga la de español mañana o el martes. Bueno, todavía no voy a tirar runcita. Me falta practicar los jefes. So here, wait for the projectile to actually shoot. Go over. And then try to catch it as you're... Or you can do it like this, I guess. Just be careful. And we're gonna use it again. Over here. Like so. Up. Grab it again. Diagonally right. Dash here. And then we grab the energy. Like I said, energy is gonna be very important. We need as much as we can, or at least more than 5 or 6. Because of Mora and that whole section, but specifically Mora, so we can fight Mora more comfortably. There you go. I was a little bit risky there with the pressing, but here again, watch. I pressed really early and I still got it, right? So don't try to be very precise with it. Just be a little bit loose with the timing. A little bit loose with the timing. Pero digo, hecho, no sabría qué decirte como que cuando voy a reunir. En verdad quiero arreglar algunas cosas. Y como te dije, todavía estoy bregando con el video. O sea, no quiero sacar la run todavía hasta que no haya hecho el video. O sea, estoy tratando de atrasar lo más que pueda la run. Porque no la quiero sacar todavía. Alright, so that part is self-explanatory. There's nothing you really need to do that's super special. Just bash through all that. And you see that experience up there? We're gonna collect that. If you get the 200, you won't need to collect that. So, double jump here, but not here exactly. Here, it's better. I don't know why you like barely make that, but double jump there, and you get this experience up here. And then we come back. Now the enemy in the bottom here is gonna be in a really bad spot sometimes. So if you can, just bash on him. And then we grab this here. This one's a little bit scary to grab because it's super high up. So be careful with that. I mean, no, it's not scary. It's difficult to get. So the angle has to be like slightly more to the north than to the left. Here, try not to get too much height. So when he's about to shoot, do this, and then as you can see, look how generous it is. The projectile's super high up from me, and then so. But try not to get too much height here, because if not, you'll get hit by the spikes. Here, you do want to get height. So double jump here. And then grab this. You can actually get more height. I just messed that up a little bit. But do this, dash here, and then we wait for it again. Then we dash. Like I said, super generous. Super generous. I got a big Dasani. Alright, so at this point you should have 2,100, but we should have 3,300. Yeah, 2,300 because of the extra experience that we got. In this hub, there is more experience to be gotten, but if there's anything else extra that I need, I get it way later, because right now the experience points we get is just enough. Oh shit. Me acabo de dar cuenta. Bushido, gracias por los 15 bits, dude. Ni sabía que Gigantify requería bits. What the hell? Muchas gracias por los bits, hermano. Se aprecia. Es la primera vez que alguien usa un Gigantify si no sabía que eso usaba bits. Alright. So repel spirit wall because we're gonna teleport to this in the future. So there you go. Juanito, no le di las gracias a Buchido. No sé si Buchido sabe que yo no sé nada de eso. pero sí, gracias por los bits. Okay, so now we're gonna talk to Ofer, and the first thing we're gonna buy from Ofer is the teleport. So we're gonna get the fast travel, but we're gonna be coming back to Ofer like 2 more times because we need to buy 2 more things, which is the spike and then this little thing here, which is the ability to breathe underwater. Okay, and after spending some cash with Ofer, we're gonna go and upgrade with the other merchant. So we're gonna go to the left, double dash there, and then check it out with this guy here. We're gonna upgrade Reckless. We're gonna max out Reckless here, and we're gonna invest 1 point into Splinter, and that's about it. And now we move on. And so for when we're traveling, the build is going to basically be not this, it's gonna be this. So Reckless, Magnet, Sticky. When we want to fight, we're gonna switch these 2 out, and we're gonna put in Quick Shot and Splinter. Okay, so uppercut this guy and use it as a bash. Dash to the left, dash up. There we go. Dash here, use this projectile to bash in, and then bash on this guy. Grab this, fall down, dash, bash again, dash, bash diagonally up, right, and then you just wall jump. Don't worry about the snapper won't hurt you. From here, do that, and we're pretty much into the next section of the area. I mean, of the room. Now here we're gonna grab some energies. We're also gonna grab some experience along the way. That experience in the bottom that you see right there, we're not gonna grab it, but it's a good one if you need it. It's a good backup. I don't think I remember how to get that backup, but not a bad backup overall. Actually, I do know how to get that one. I can show you the backup for that because we actually use it for something else. So down here, uppercut, same thing with slimes. You know the drill. Uppercut again. We kill, and then we switch reckless for one clip to kill this enemy over here. Now I usually switch one of these for a quick shot as well, because you don't want to deal with that enemy at all. It actually has a projectile and it's super scary, so take this off, and here. There we go. Over here. Por cierto, mi gente, me pueden hablar, no se preocupen. Okay, so bash here, dash, and then uppercut. Now, if the angle of your bash is good, you can bash and immediately do a dash, and you will land on this platform. And I think you will land close enough so you can bash, you can uppercut this slime up, because you want to kill the slime quickly. It could be a bit of a nuisance sometimes. So after that, drop in, and then you're gonna kill this. I don't really know a good sort of like visual cue for this, so you just eyeball this bash here once you see the thing is like straight in the bottom or something, and then there you go. The good thing about bashes is that it actually stops the game entirely, so you can kind of like time it well. Once it's like in that position, you double jump and go and dash. Here you can go under, but wait for the spikes to pass through, and then dash and get them. And that sort of like rotating wheel of spikes, there's one that are like higher than others. You need to like wait for those in particular. Get in this position here, dash to the left, and then double jump, and then grab it. You'll fall again, and then grab it again. And so continue going up. As you can see, if you look on the top part of the wheel, that's the spikes that you want to avoid. So you need to wait for them to get past them. Because you see like they're way higher than the other ones. And so you'll get hit if you don't wait for them. So over this. Now we go up. And yeah. Right, so hopefully I'm able to explain all the mechanics that I use, all the mechanics in this game that are crucial for this run. I'm pretty sure I will, because I'll be explaining every single strat, so they will need, some of them will need explanation. All this here is kind of like normal platforming. There's nothing super crazy. Instead of dropping here, just shoot here and just stay here. Odie will immediately grab onto the wheel, even if it's spinning. But it looks funny to see Odie kind of standing and just rotating. But yeah, Odie will grab in, and then you let go, and you let go here. And so one thing to keep in mind is that if you hold the A button as he's doing it, you'll get the max height. If you let go of the A button, you'll lose that height. You know, like any other like classic game that has jumping. Max height is gained by just doing that. So. But up here, double jump here. You can actually make the cycle if you're fast enough, but we're not gonna do that. And then, so you see that black sort of dot up above me, that black stripe. You're gonna get yourself around here, and I think it's this one or the one on the top. I know, actually, I think it's this one, black stripe here. So you're gonna double jump, and that will put you directly here, right? And so that's the visual cue for that. The top of the end of that black stripe on the top, and then double jump here, and then dash. Now let the camera pan up so you can actually shoot this, or else you'll miss. And then if you do this right, you'll make this one too. As you can see. Forget about this guy, don't worry. He has like an initial animation that he has to go through, so you can just ignore him. Double jump and keep going. And then if you dash from here, you'll end up in this part. Double jump here. Double jump dash. Double jump don't dash. Oh, that might not be that entirely bad if you do dash, I guess. I don't know. Double jump here and then grab this. Drop, dash. And now this flying enemy can be a bit of a pain. So we're gonna try to kill him from the bottom. We're gonna be very calm about it. So let go a little bit, see where he's at, and shoot. If he's too high up, then you can go up. Right? But this is like the safest way to do it. There you go, he's dead. And then once he's dead, you can go up. Up, down. And we're not gonna need this anymore, so... Oops. Under. Get here quickly. Double jump. Jump. Dash. Uppercut. Kill him. Dash here. Double jump. And then... no, you can dash again. I was gonna say dash again, but you can't really dash again. Okay. Grab onto this. Dash. Again. Also, these things you can actually cancel it by dashing midair. I mean mid flight, so. Now, there's something very peculiar about these things. Is some of them won't work if you're looking at a certain direction, as you can see. And if you turn around, not working anymore now for some reason, for some god unknown reason, but they're really like weird to interact with. Sometimes when you have one above the other, if you're looking at the wrong direction, you will grab onto the one that you don't want. So if anything, these things you're gonna probably want to spend a bit of time trying to learn how they work in every section that there is them. So that way you don't get memed on, because you'll probably make a bad move, look at the wrong direction, it's over. Completely over. So, word of advice, study them as much as you can, so you don't have too much trouble with them. Because some of them, you'll get past them, and it's like, the one that you need to go through is like literally above you. So you want to look right to grab it. But then if you look right, then you grab the one on the bottom, and you go back down, and you hit the spikes. Things like that would happen. So study them as much as you can, more than anything. This game has their memes, but if you study it, you'll be fine. You just need some knowledge, basically. There you go, max height there. And then here, grapple. We grab this. Don't do what I did. Actually, double jump there. Wasn't supposed to double jump. There you go. Wasn't supposed to double jump. Was supposed to do a single jump, fall down to the wheel, and then be on my merry way. And the reason I do that is because if things go wrong, I can double jump out of whatever bad situation I'm in. So you can either go down through here, but you can actually go up. You can shoot from here. If your shot is right, you'll get this. Now, this could be a little bit crazy if you start grappling now. So if you want, you can just wait, and then grab afterwards, and then land here, go up, double jump, dash in, and you're good. This enemy's gonna come out, bash him. One of the things I like to do in particular is I don't play this aggressive to like going down. Just shoot him 2 to 3 times and then use its own projectile to bash it. If you're super close, it will attack. I think it will do the melee attack if I'm not mistaken. So try not to be too super close. Try to be relatively far where it can't reach you, and bash the projectile. I think 100% of the time that I fought with this enemy has always done projectile, but let's just play from the perspective that the enemy can also do melee attack. So try not to be close. Here, just drop. You're gonna have to pay attention to the timings of this. So study the laser's timing and drop, go under. And then double jump here, dash. And so I kind of want to be right around this spot. Here's where we start. We work on. We get this built. So I'll dash here. This will put me right in the center. And I'm gonna dash left and start shooting up. And then I go up here to avoid this guy. And then the next enemy won't spawn until I do this. Once you kill this guy, go to the left. Coming to the right, shoot this guy and hug a little bit slightly to the right of this. So he falls down here. And then from here, go up here and shoot down. Now, the reason we actually won't want to stay in the bottom or shoot the last snapper is because the snapper can dash you. And if that snapper dash you, it's GG. So snappers, we don't really play with them in the same sort of level. We just try to cheese them as much as we can. There is a way to just kill them straight up with just melee. It's just that if you mess up, you're dead. So better not to even try that, if anything. Now it's changed back to the old build, which is magnet and this. You continue with the platforming. In this one in particular, I like to dash instead of jumping. Also, play around with the whole like jumping out of the wheel because it can be a little bit weird sometimes. There's a couple things that you're just gonna have to like really interact with them more than anything. So yeah. Here, just drop to the right, hug here. And so as you can see, the wheel that's rotating doesn't have, it's not fully it's not a full circle. It's just have one half and it has the other. And so one piece of it is smaller than the other. You want to actually go down after the bigger piece. So we're gonna drop here and then drop after the bigger piece. I did it wrong there. Let's do it again. I think it's this one. Yeah. This one's too far though. Where we at? Okay, we're good. This is good. Drop after the bigger piece. I for some reason I confused the laser and I thought it was on the right side. The first laser is on the left side. The second laser that we need to drop on the bigger piece is on the right side. So. So basically that now, right? So you can do it now, but it's a little bit risky, or like more risky. So drop here, double jump here, and hug right side. Drop here, wait for this, and then dash right. I also want to preface, by the way, that I haven't touched the first half of the game in a while, so which is why I'm having a little bit of struggles, but honestly, not that bad. I thought it was going to be worse. Because I've been working on the second half of the run for quite some time, so. There we go. Dash here. Drop here. And so there's something weird about this, with this particular wheel. If you're looking away, you can actually like grapple into it. If you're looking into it, you lose the grapple. So I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, that's how it kind of works. So look away. And then here is, I like to like go when the laser is like starting. like I'm on the right side of the wheel and the laser is just starting, that's when I like to go. So you can be patient and time that out well, or you can just do a bit of a roulette of death if you want to. If you dash here, you'll immediately grab this and then drop. No big deal. And then this is the other one that I was talking about that you kind of want to drop on the bigger piece. But the timing here is not beneficial, so I'm just going to wait. So you're going to want to drop in the bigger piece here. And then hold, go left. And then when you drop, you'll grab onto this pole here. Left side here, and then dash with no movement, and you'll be fine. Double jump here, grapple here. And then jump here. This is probably the scariest part for me because the grapple here is kind of weird. But I'm gonna wait a little bit to go up. And then grapple here. And if this happens, just jump. It's something if you do it right, your height won't be good enough for. Whereas Odie doesn't really touch the laser, even if the laser is active. So there's a way where you can just like sort of like maybe do a mid hop. I don't know if a full hop will actually hit the laser. You have to test that out. But if the full hop doesn't hit the laser, then you can rest assured that by holding A all the way, you'll still get hit. So that's something you probably have to test. I think I tested a while ago, but I really don't remember much about it. But yeah, grappling onto this one plant here on the top is the weird part because sometimes it won't grapple, and so you kind of want to be more to the right and then look left so you can grapple. So yeah, so after his dash again, and then grapple here. Now here's like the weird part, as you can see. Those two are above each other, so if you're in a weird spot, you'll grapple downwards, which is not that great. That's the first instance of like weird grappling shenanigans, but it's not like super present in that one in particular compared to some of the other ones. And it's not as often that you also get those, so it's not a big deal, you know? No. Get in here, drop down, we get out, and then from here we're just gonna go up all the way up. And we're gonna wait for this. And we're almost to the end. Now, actually, now that I think about it, I wasn't supposed to go this way, right? I think I was supposed to go... I think, for the sake of this, let me just save here. But I think I was supposed to get the energy for that. I apologize, it's been a while. Or not a while, but it's been a couple days because I've been focusing a lot on the second half of the run more than the first half. Because I've already been able to do the first half entirely hitless. So I gotta have to go back to this and play a bit with this. But let's go back. You're supposed to actually grab an energy. And I think you grab the energy after you get off this first entrance here. So right here. So yeah, so once you get out of this entrance, instead of going up, you're gonna go this way. Double jump here, and then land here. So from here, you're gonna double jump, dash, hit this, and then jump again. This structure is the thing that I was talking about. That if you hit it, you're granted another jump. So do that. Double jump here, dash, grapple, and then double jump here and grapple up, and then you can resume what I did. Which is this. Okay, so before going up, you're supposed to grab that energy first, and then grab the two pickups from up here, and then go to the right. And now we go to the chase sequence. Chase is very self-explanatory. You just need to do what you're supposed to do. I guess I'll try to explain what I'm doing, but it's just do what the game asks you to do. Nothing super crazy. Okay, so dash here, all the way. Dash jump there. One thing that's very important when you're dashing, if you press a jump and you dash too late, I mean, if you jump too late after a dash, you'll jump off the edge, which means you'll just waste a double jump and you have no more movement options. So the thing I like to do is dash and immediately press jump when I'm close to the edge, like immediately, right? So clearly seeing that dash. So that way I have a good start here. And if I want to double jump, I can double jump. If I want to dash, I can dash. Jump here, dash jump there, dash up here, and then grapple here, put yourself here. Tips, you know, things that you need to do. This is nothing like new or whatever. Dash up here, do this, dash, jump, jump, and then we go down. And then you want to jump before grappling them, in case you mess up. And there you go. Now, if the 200 experience that you got was not enough, and you still missed on experience, you can get an experience that's up here. Before we continue. I mean, there's a lot of experiences around the game that you can collect. But at least the ones that I know, I'm going to tell you that. Or at least the ones that I've seen that is like in the same path as you are, and they're like not too complicated to get. If you want to like find better options, then my suggestion is study the map a little bit more, find other experiences. But here we would teleport, but if you need experience, go to the left. And then kill this guy by uppercutting, just in case. Up here. And you want that, so you're gonna dash here. And boom. After grabbing that, you can teleport in the air. And we can go down. I don't think I need to go to, yeah. So we're gonna go directly to a pretty substantial upgrade to our damage. It's kind of out of the way. If you don't really want to get this, you don't need to get this. But it just makes things a lot easier damage-wise. Go under that guy, drop here, dash before you touch floor. Uppercut this guy, jump, bash, go up. The reason we kill him is because when we get all the way to the right here, he might shoot us, and we don't like that. We do that, drop here. We don't have to worry about that guy. Go under. Same thing here. Don't think this needed to kill it. And then bash here. If you bash the enemy, you don't have to worry about that enemy. And then bash enemy again. The one thing I want to let you know is that when we're bashing enemies, it is very favorable to bash the enemy when you're above them, or like if you're left or right of them, but above them, because it avoids any like weird memory that the enemies can do to you. So then dash here, uppercut, dash again. As like I said, if you attack an enemy, you get all your movement options again, so we were able to dash after doing an uppercut. And don't do what I did there, just walk off. And then dash up this guy, jump here, dash, jump, bash. Get the angle here, dash, and then you land here. Got that early bash. And we're in this part now. So we need to hit these bells in a certain order to be able to get the thing we need. And so I think the order is high, low, high, mid, low, high. Again, it's been a couple days since I've done the first half, so... Or maybe like a week since I've done the first half, because I've been putting a lot of effort into bosses in the second half. Before, you know, my third run, so... There's things that I'm kind of like trying to fully grasp, or fully remember. Yeah, Ancestor Lights, all attacks deal 25% more damage. It's just a good get, just a good upgrade overall. And I would say it's about half, to be honest. 25 is just really good. And after that, we're going to go back up to the glades, and we're going to buy Spike before doing very particular things that we need to do, which is 2 fights and one last speed trial. Be careful with the fire down there. Now it's time to go for, and we're going to buy Spike. And then we're gonna go back here and do the first fight, speed trial, and the last fight. There you go. Uppercuts is so good. Here, be careful. Don't rush it. That enemy won't hit you. Bash this guy, because he's a bastard. And then go under. And there you go. And then drop. The water's clean, so you'll be fine. You can get here early, but since the water's clean, you know. You can also, like, grapple from here. Hold on. Like, grapple from here like that. Go under, dash, go under the water, jump here, jump, shoot this guy, and then you can sort of do this. You're just gonna have to sort of eyeball that in particular. My suggestion for you is find a good moment to do it. So basically, if it's like right there, how do I say this? Or you can actually use this if anything. And use a visual cue for the rotation thing. And if it's like, for example, if it's like north and south, so press jump here, drop down, and then hit. And if that doesn't work, then try again. And this time you could try maybe east and west, or like between those. So east and west, jump here, dash, and there you go. So if they're like rotating east and west, just press jump, go down, go up, dash. You know, just sort of like visual cues that you want to be using. If this is a good way to teach you, like, you know, strategizing around visual cues. So if there's any other part that you feel like you don't like how I do it, or you don't feel comfortable the way I'm doing it, then you should try to find visual cues or like normalizing. Now, if the strat is normalizing, there's no way you can argue me that my method is not good, because freaking normalizing is not something that I do. It's just something that the game does by just pressing a button. So it's like, you can't tell me that normalization of something is risky. Like, if maybe somebody told me like, oh, I don't press Y to launch because it's risky. The height is risky. It's like, the height is always gonna be the same. There's nothing to be scared about. So, but anything other than that, you know, obviously normalization strats could get better, so you can make the normalization strats better. Not saying that normalization strats cannot be improved upon. Is what I'm saying is like the idea that a normalized movement is risky. It's always going to perform the same way, provided that you actually do what you're supposed to do. So there's nothing to be scared about that. You'll see what I mean when we get to the end of the game. Here we're going to change builds because we're going to be doing. We're going to be fighting. We're not going to be needing a Splinter for this fight. We only need Quick Shot, Wing Clip for some of the flying enemies, and Reckless for the extra 35% damage we get on top of the 25 that we already got. So, initiate, and we're going to be using Spike to kill some of the tougher enemies. So here, 2 shots actually kill these guys now, as you can see. And then spike here to this guy when they spawn. And then these little guys actually die in 1. You have to wait a little bit when they spawn, so that way they can sort of like recognize them, and you're able to hit them. Again, spike. I double jump just so that my spike doesn't get interrupted by the wall. And there we go. Once you're done with that, revert back to your previous build. Since we have a slot now, you just need to take off a wing clip and then put the magnet and the other one in. Dash here. Normally this is how you do it, I think. I don't really know, but basically you just grapple here, double jump and do this. If you save enough energy, you can kill these 2 with spikes. So like so. Usually this guy either stays in this part of the area or in the far back. So you either deal with him first or you deal with this guy. So bait this guy and then do the spike. Now here is where you need to sort of be aware of your grapple. You're gonna want to grapple from this position here to go up here, right? If this is another factor, height is another factor. If you're too low, you will grapple low. Okay, when you're grappling on 2 things from the same side, the height will be a factor onto which one you grapple. So the way you do is you grapple, look left, and immediately grapple again. So, and then grapple. Now this one in particular here, you can just jump and you'll be fine. But one of the things I like to do is sort of be high above here, where my already is positioned. Look right and grapple, and then dash while holding right. And so this is more of a normalized strat. If you're using a D-pad, just hold right the entire time. So basically grapple and then dash, and you will land here. And so that's a bit of a normalized strat, but you need to be above the sort of like fungus or whatever it's called. I don't know what those things are called. Is that fungus? Is what it is? It's ongo fungus? Is that what it is? Probably it is. But hold on, because I've heard fungus be something else, but I'm guessing. Yeah, the fungus, the fungi. So be slightly above that, and then go for it. There is a chance that you will drop from it, I believe. So be careful with that. If you don't feel like doing that because it's too scary, just double jump to the right and then grapple. One thing I will say though is that if you're not careful, you might grapple onto the spikes. So be careful of your angle when you're grappling. Right. The reason I do it like this is because I don't have to worry about my angle. It's just as soon as I'm in the right position and I'm holding right, things should follow through. Yeah. So now when you're doing this sort of pedestal thing, you might not be able to do the normalized strategy, so you're gonna have to double jump. But at least it's one less there's one less double jump that you need to do on that thing here. But yeah, for the speed trial, you're basically gonna need to probably not normalize unless you're ahead. If you're ahead, you'll be able to normalize, and so you'll be fine. So let's go there. And then go here. Right. So this is just practice. You're gonna have to practice this. I'm still not even good at it yet, but dash, jump, dash, and then drop down. I kind of dash early here a little bit, and that's not what I'm supposed to do, and that might cost me. We'll see, because now. Yeah, so you see I have to do it like that now, because if not, you get too late. Some of these are like super unfair. The way you normally do it, I went through the bottom of the water, but you kind of go through the top and then you go on the second small wheel. First one you go over, but you can do what I just did. It's just that it's way slower, and you might not make it. So I made a small mistake there, and I had to dash, and I fell into the water. But you can go. You should go over, and then on the small wheel, you could go under if you're scared of getting hit by the spikes. Once we've done that, we go down here, and we do the second sort of force fight, or not force fight, but the second like screen fight, I guess it's called. And we're gonna kill the slime first, and then spike that, and then go back up and refill our energy. By saving, you refill the energy. And so I'm gonna try to remember a little bit how to do this one, because this one's like the more complicated one. For this one, we are going to be needing Splinter for the fight, and Wind Clip. Basically, the only thing you're gonna need to do here is take off Splinter, put in Splinter, basically. Right. So if you're fighting flying enemies, take off Splinter. If you're not fighting flying enemies, put Splinter back on. Okay. We're gonna do my best to explain this as I'm seeing it, because it's been a while since I've done this one. But in the beginning, start with Pike, turn around, shoot this guy, and then you can grapple this guy like this. You can kill him like that. I mean, not grapple, you bash him. You bash him like straight up, and you start shooting him. If you don't like that idea, bash him to either side and immediately go for a Pike. So yeah, those are the options you got. After that, shoot this guy, shoot this other guy. Be careful, the thingy is like super big, so don't be too aggressive like I did. Try to be less aggressive, because the shots will still land. It will just do a little bit less damage. And then after that, take this off, and then start killing these flying enemies. I think here you can put this back on, right? Yeah. So you can kill that guy. You don't have to really use Spike for that guy. And then here, I think you take this off, because you're gonna shoot small enemies. And just wait for them to kind of fully spawn. That way, you don't miss shots. There you go. And then after that, you put this back on. And we're gonna start with this. Kill this guy. Kill that guy. You can spike left, arrow the right, spike the left again if you want to. And then we're gonna spike left again. I mean right. And that's about it. So there you go. And now we got another slot, so put Sticky back in, take Wind Clip off, and put back in. This is pretty much gonna be your entire build that you're gonna have at all times. But you're gonna take Splinter off from time to time, I believe. And that's about it. You might want to put another. Actually, you're gonna do that. Actually, you're gonna take off Splinter and put something else that we're gonna get later on. But Splinter is always gonna be there for like killing enemies in particular, more than anything. My bad. Let's check something in particular. Now, moving on. Now that we've done all this, we collected 2 shard slots. We got all the money. We're gonna go back to Glades and level up a second time. I believe it's 3 times that we actually go to the merchant. To any of these 2 merchants. And this time we're gonna go to the one on the left to fully upgrade our Splinter. Yeah. And so it's at this point that we basically have almost everything we need. And since we grabbed the 200 of experience, we have 500 now. So the next time we come back, we're going to be investing in the ability to breathe on the water. So there's really no need to collect any more experience for that. But we will need it. We will still need a lot more for one other item that we're gonna get in Barris Reach. Now that I think about it, we do need 1,000 more for boss reach. So, I take it back. Actually, no. We'll get the 1,000. I just don't know how the hell we're gonna get the 1,000. I think it's 500. I think it's 1,000 out of this guy. So skip cutscene. And then... I think we get 1,000 from this guy, so you should have 1,000 now. Yep. Yeah. And then... we'll probably need 500 more to be able to buy the things we need, or we have left. So now we can go to this side. Dive. And this first part we do need, we can't buy. Wait a second. There you go. That's the beauty of, that's the beauty of there you go. That's the beauty of Bash. You can escape stuff like that. Go to the top. And then be looking at this when you're like, when you're grappling onto it. The one thing that I like to do here, because if you double jump here, you'll hit the spikes in the bottom. The thing that I like to do personally is I like to jump to the right side, but then look left afterwards. And then if I mess up, then I don't get hit by the spikes. But if I did nail it, then I grapple, right? So that way you avoid getting hit. Believe it or not, we're almost halfway through the game. Almost. Not really halfway through the game yet. Right. So I believe this area could also be normalized. Like for example there, you can just dash from the top of that and you'll land there. But I personally have not fully normalized this yet, so. Double jump here, dash to the right. And then wait here. Make sure sticky is up. And then go to the right side of this. Nothing too crazy. Jump here. And then here I actually like to wait for that one to explode. And then grab here, because by the time I get to it, it will be available again. So wait for the one on the left side to explode. Double jump here, grab onto this. Double jump here, dash. Double jump again and dash. Simple stuff, you know, stuff that there's experience up there if you need it as well. Honestly, there's gonna be a lot of experience that you could get that if you need it, you can get it. You know, there might be some sick-ass weapon that I don't use that might actually help with the boss fights. Maybe being able to purchase a second level spike might be more beneficial than I ever thought, so that's something to consider. But you do need 1,600 for the second upgrade, so... I mean, for the upgrade. After this, the game's gonna sort of open up and it's gonna allow you to go to like multiple areas and go to multiple areas in any order you want, which is probably the cool thing I like about this game. And so we're gonna have a sort of set route to make things as easy as possible. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. So this is our little bird. Typical little guy. We're gonna grab this on the right side first. So one thing that you want to know about the bird is that you can, if you press jump, you can't jump again, as you can see. But if you jump and press play again to like glide, like this, you can jump again. So you basically can do, you basically get your jump back every single time you glide, right? So have that in mind. Get this. Now for this section with the bird, you actually want to take the splinter off. Because we're gonna need a little bit of distance later on. Go down to make this guy to go down, and then go there. Get this in the right side here, and then we go left. You can jump once and you'll make that actually, but I prefer to double jump just for safety. There's a little experience up there you can grab if you want to. But like I said, at this point, I don't really need it. There's actually easy experience points kind of bit as well. I think that enemy on the right side is also guarding some experience points that you can get if you want to from there too. So when it comes to experience points, experience orbs, you're totally fine. There's experience points up there, as you can see. Right up there. But you don't get that now, I believe. Or you can probably get it now, let me see. Yeah, you can get it now. So there you go. More experience points, yay! But yeah, shoot here. Not that button. There you go. Go on to the left. This is just standard stuff. Not much for me to explain here, but... And then this guy can give you experience point up here, right on the right side there if you want to. But we don't really do that, so we don't really need it. There you go. Experience points here. So many herbs, dude. There's so many herbs. So when the one over there on the left explodes, you can kind of go for it, and then you land. And then here you want to shoot it over here, and what you're going to do is you're going to keep gliding, hold left, and when it's far down enough, you immediately go to the inside this area, and once you're inside, hold right. Okay, and now hold right, and so that way you don't have to worry about like getting hit by the spikes or anything. It's totally normalized. Okay, hold left as you're going down, and when you start going up, hold right fully, and then once you get like around the middle and this sort of gap here, just press jump. There's also a speed trial there if you want to do it, which is probably not an entirely bad thing. If you want to get the spike, you can probably do that speed trial. And then here, two double jumps, double jump again and glide. If you mess that up, don't worry. It's just to not have to do extra steps. Messing up, it's not bad. Here, nothing too crazy. Straight here, that up here, double jump here, and then go this way. I don't really know. I think you don't really need to like interact with spirit walls, but I'm interacting with this no matter what. I don't think you need to interact with any spirit walls, to be honest, to be able to teleport. And this will be the final part of the section, basically. Skip this. I'm glad that some of them are skippable. Not all of them are skippable, but some of them at least. I'm gonna try to skip all of them that I can, so you can see which ones you can definitely skip. Okay. Can't really dash, you can only double jump, but at least it's something. When you see it already like kind of stop for a moment and then resume, that's when you can skip cutscene, because the game is taking control of your character at that point. Skip again. It's at this point where we have reached the half of the game, basically. And so now what we're going to do, we're going to go to Wisps first, out of the 4 places that we need to go. Then we're going to go up to the north to Browse Reach, down south into Mora to fight Mora. And at that point, we're just going to have everything so we can fight Qualock, do the final chase in Wisps, and then go to the final area. So, as you can see, these are all the orbs that we didn't pick up, that you could pick up. We're going to teleport it here, and we're going to go to Wisps. Wisps is potentially, for me, like the scariest area of all of them. I think early on, not super difficult compared to like the rest. Like when you're starting to like learn stuff, you won't feel Wisps as being like the most difficult one. But as you progress through the entire run, you get better at it. Wisps controls, the way you control through the sand might be not as consistent as you might want it to be. So that inconsistency might make Wisps a bit of like the more difficult area compared to the other ones, because the other ones you're probably gonna have a good way of like maneuvering around obstacles at that point. But I'll do my best to explain Wisps. The second half I'm already like decent at it. I think my PB on the second half is like 4. I've been able to do all sections hitless though, except the bosses. The section wise, I'm good. Dash here, jump, dash here, grab. Once you see the thing you drop, go in. Now, very important. There's like a little high-pitched note happening. The high-pitched note is the one that tells you like you can continue going. If you don't hear the high-pitched note, try not to go. There. So once you hear the high-pitch note, then you can continue. If not, don't. So, as you can see, I kind of messed up my platforming, and even if I messed up my platforming, it was quite generous. But yeah, double jump, dash, grab onto the sand, double jump again, dash to the left, and then continue dashing until you get to here. These enemies in particular, we're gonna actually see another type of enemy similar to this one, and this one in particular, you just jump out of it. The other one, you want to jump before you actually get all the way to the top. But we'll talk about that when we get to Browse Reach. But yeah, that enemy is gonna be it's gonna be the introduction to, like, you know, getting inside the enemy's mouth and avoiding getting chomped and stuff. So this energy, I grab it, dash here, jump, and then do that. Drop here, you'll be fine, and then go under this guy. By the way, at this point, the cutscene actually takes away your abilities, the thing with the birds. So you need to like put them back on. So you're gonna need Spike for this, or Pike for this. So here we're going to press Y for this, and then jump and Y again, then double jump and get here. That guy is annoying, so we need to make sure we kill him. Double dash there, dash there. I mean grapple there. Double jump, jump, double jump here. There you go. Double jump here, double jump here. And double jumping as much as I can. And then hit this. When going down, you can hold left and let go for a slight moment after the wall here. So hold left, let go, and then hold left again. Dash jump here. Dash and then double jump. I kind of messed that up. But there you go. Looks like that. Go under. And here you want to jump, nothing else. Use your glide as necessary. And then look left, double jump here, and then max height grapple. And now we got the next ability, which is that's going to allow us to go through the sand. Burrow. The one thing about Burrow that you need to pay attention is that as soon as you go in, you actually have like an initial dash. And so if you're not aware of that initial dash when you go in, you can go pretty far in and get hit by a spike. So be mindful about that. The one thing I like is that you can immediately turn around, right? So you can stop sort of momentum from going down. If you're good enough, you can probably make it shorter, but like that, exactly. So be aware of that. You might need it in the future. And then another thing. Hey Slapper, how you doing? Good to see you. Another thing is when you're using Burrow, which is where the thing that goes to the sound, you want to make sure that you're also moving your joystick towards the target that you want to burrow through. Because if you don't do that, you will just do a normal dash in the air. You don't want that. So if the sand that you want to go through is above you, put the joystick up and then burrow. Okay? Don't leave it don't let the joystick like neutral. So here, joystick up, burrow. And then you'll be safe. Here we're gonna get an experience. This is something that I normally get. But before that we get energy cell here. And then the experience down here. And grab here. Now, don't immediately burrow here because you can see you get spikes on the top and the left. Make sure that your angle is correct before burrowing. So set up the angle first on your joystick. And then burrow. And one of the scary things about this particular path here is that there's two enemies waiting for you. And so ideally you would want to like not burrow at all. They're probably going to force you. And so the best way to deal with them is to just burrow through them. By pressing the dash, you can dash through them. And you get iframes from doing this. Now, on the second enemy you dash through, if you dash really late, there's going to be spikes in the bottom. You're going to have to curve that. And so that's like the difficult part of burrowing through this. You got to make sure that you know when to curve. Okay. And so I'm still not that good at it, but yeah. So burrow through this guy and then down here. There you go. So I was too low, so I knew that immediately I had to do an angle. I mean a curve. Okay. Burrow to the top here. Grab wall. Again here. And then right up. And be slow with this. Don't try to like rush it. So, you don't mess up. Here we're gonna drop down, glide, and then burrow up. As you burrow, you actually don't have sort of a hitbox or a hurt box in yourself, maybe. So that way, once we go up, we're going to bash off the enemy and go to the left side. So drop here, glide, grab the ski, burrow up, and then do that. And so that way, we don't have to deal with the enemy. And then after this, burrow down, and we go up here. Our goal is going to be to kill this guy in particular. So we need to kill this guy. There we go. By killing this guy, when we come back down, we don't have to worry about the enemy because the camera might sort of make it difficult for us. So that way, we're Gucci. No, I don't. I'm just doing the guy. And then do this. Change builds here. Or not change builds, but just put that on. And then shoot this guy. There we go. Take it off. Now, we're going to destroy the wall on the right side. We're going to get the energy at the top, so we're going to need this torpedo twice. Plan A is to actually bait a torpedo this way, and then let it destroy it, and then we do it again to get the energy. But sometimes the torpedo can get stuck on the left side, like around here, and do like something like this, something weird stuff. Something weird. So in that case, just go to plan B and then go up, and then go get the energy first, and then come back and bait it for the wall. Okay? So, plan A, and if plan A doesn't work, we do plan B. So over here, and now we go down, back down again. We go up, glide, bash, and then immediately go left because we want this torpedo to jump over us. I mean, jump to us, but land on the left side. As you can see in the bottom right there, there's a torpedo. And then there's explosion, right? Because if not, it'll probably land in the sand and then try to go back up and you'll get memed on by it. So we don't want that. So here, go to here. We're gonna go up. We're gonna hug this way. We're gonna shoot that, and then we're gonna try to shoot one of the grasshoppers on the left side with a jumper. Once we hit the jumper. Okay. There you go. We hug the wall here, and it will die. There you go. And don't worry, the reflect of that thing, that doesn't do damage at all. And it doesn't even hit us, I believe, so. Push torpedo. Fly here. And then bash. Simple stuff. This is intended stuff, nothing super crazy. And so to avoid triggering the torpedo again, we're gonna go in through the bottom here and circle here, waiting for this laser to disappear, and then we're gonna circle here. Now, ideally here the strat is to, once this laser disappears, dash through here and then dash upwards to grab the sand up. And the reason we want to do this quick is because the torpedo is going to spawn, and we want to get away from that as possible. Now the torpedo is also going to sort of chase us when we go up north, so we're gonna have to get out of there too. So once you get up into the sands, go diagonally up left, and then burrow up, so that way you get out of it. One thing to pay attention to is once you burrow up, there's going to be another snail waiting for you on the top. So you can either burrow into the sand and start circling around until you feel comfortable about burrowing up, or just immediately go up and continue on your way. So we're going to do this. And there you go. And then burrow up. This way. Up and here. Now at this point you should better have sticky in your build, or else you'll fall down and get hit. I would advise taking your time to pay attention to the pattern of this, so you know exactly when to cross here, because this can be a little bit trickier. So there you go. A little bit early, but yeah, it can be scary. And then here we got the sort of the lasers. So once this laser passes through, you can actually go to where the experience orb is. So we're gonna go there after this. So right there. And one thing I need to remind you, if you play this game, you already know this is not something this is pretty obvious, but I'll remind you. The walls can deal damage, so you don't want to get hit by the walls. After this laser here, go there, go here, and then start circling around here. Wait for this laser to disappear, and then we go up. And there. Now this is very scary. I actually got out late, which is why the laser almost hit me. But yeah. After that, you can go this way here, and then basically go like middle up here, and have your joystick pointed down right. So when you burrow that direction. Okay, so like that, and then go up. Burrow again, double jump, and then we pretty much did the entire. We're pretty much done with the entire part of Wisps. And now we need to go to Bower's Reach. So for Bower's Reach, you usually go into Wellspring Glades and then left, up, and then go to the right. The problem is this section right here has some pretty nasty enemies that you don't want to deal with a second time. So we're going to go to Wellspring. And from Wellspring, we're going to go down and then to the right. Okay? So we're going to teleport here. And this fall is actually normalized. What you're going to do is you're going to hold right. And once you grab onto the grass, you're going to hold down. And once you get to the bottom part of that sort of curve, you press jump. Okay? And you avoid any sort of weird shenanigans. So out of here, hold right. And you keep holding right. Keep holding right, and then down, and then drop, like that. And then you just keep moving. Okay. And so that way, you know, you won't have to deal with the insects, the flying insect, because that enemy is always going to be there. You know, sometimes it'll be a bit slightly closer, which is what it was now, but normally it's like a bit further than what it was. So, once that, switch to feather, because we're going to need the feather. And so we're doing Bower's Reach before Mora for one particular reason. There is a shard here that increases our damage by 30%. And the more damage we can have to face Mora, the better. Mora is basically the most difficult boss fight in the game, just because it has enemies you need to deal with. But if you know how to use her summons against her, you'll have a great time. It won't be that bad. So yeah, we're gonna adopt Pike here because I'm gonna be using Pike for one enemy in particular here. There you go, and then we shoot this guy. And that's about it. And the reason I do Pike there is because I want to be able to kill that enemy who explodes really, you know, from far away. As far as I can. So jump here, up here, grab that, and we go up. I don't know why we keep falling like that, but it makes you think that you don't have sticky, but you should have sticky. So. Right? Yeah. Now, this is the enemy that I was talking about. The enemy kind of pulls you up, and then if you get all the way up, it sort of jumps you. You don't want to wait till you get like super high up. You're gonna have to eyeball this a little bit. But once you get to like really close to the enemy, double jump out and then go to the right. So around here, double jump and then get out. Dash out of here, then dash in. We press the lever. And so same here, there. Same thing with this enemy here. We double jump out. And then fly all the way down. Bash here. Glide, uppercut this guy. Same old, same old. And now we're going to fight one of these big guys. So get close, bash, and then start shooting. And there you go. With the amount of damage we do, we could kill him pretty easily. This part, if you play the game, then I messed up there. If you play the game, then you know this doesn't need explanation. So. And then there we go. And now we leave. We'll come back to this place, but yeah. Okay, double jump here, dash, glide, grab here, and then there's gonna be this little chopper on the left side. What we're gonna do is we're gonna jump out of this vine or whatever this thing is called, and then glide and stall for the enemy's projectile to come to us, and then we'll bash up. So right here, and then bash up. And so this enemy will disappear. So this enemy will not have shown itself if you're like here. You need to be right here, like right here, basically. So double jump, go up, and then you get into this jumper on the right side. Now, this is something that is very, very useful when you have sticky. These enemies in particular, the way it works is like you touch them and you're gonna kind of need to get out. But sometimes it could be kind of scary because you might mess up and whatever, and get eaten by the enemy. So the thing I would like to do is that once you dash into them, you hold up, and so the animation, like basically, if you hold up, if you dash into them when you're like in the middle or slightly below, you'll be able to get above them, and as they jump, and you'll land on top of them. So this is like really, really good. So, for example, here, like that. Right, so you need to like time it well. I was too low on the first one, but I was still able to get away from it. One thing I will say though is be careful not being too long there, because when they open up, they'll push you back into the wall, and they will squish you and you'll die. Right, so here, hold up, and then you'll land on top of them, and you can use them as a platform. Bash with this guy, and then here we're going to burrow, glide, and then burrow upwards. Jump, burrow upwards, jump, burrow here, glide. This was a little bit low, so we're gonna do it again. And bash here, burrow this way, burrow this way. And this is Life Force. Life Force gives you damage when your health is half full. But for Damageless, we're not gonna be taking damage, ideally. So we should always have the damage, the extra damage. So we need to level it up because it's now giving 10%, and we need the full 30. So we need 1,000 for this upgrade. But we're not gonna be using it that much for now, or we're gonna be using it, but you know, like 10% life force is high. For a game like this, where the single digits are like. Where the damage is almost single digits, or maybe like 11, doesn't go really far. 10% is okay. 10% is okay. Like 1 extra damage out of your 10 that total damage you do is not that amazing. But if you do 30%, then 3 extra damage is quite significant in a way. So, same thing here, deal with this guy. And honestly, you don't need to tap it. I mean, you don't need to mash the button. You just hold the button to shoot, and you just keep on shooting. Here, when you get up here, hold left, dash, and then here, hold right, double jump, and then here, hold left, dash. Get over. Press Y, just drop. You don't need to do anything, and then dash the fire here. And then this part here, you're gonna grab onto this, and then grab that key item on the left side. And so, for the sake of consistency, you actually perform a couple of actions here in quick succession to avoid any like weird shenanigans. So I'm going to dash left, jump as soon as I dash, and then grapple up, then dash to the right, and grab onto the wall basically position myself on the top side of the wall, so when they shoot, I can bash up and then dash into the chomper on the right side, double jump out of it, or wall jump out of it, drop down by gliding, and then dash again. So like so, right? So that you might need to practice out a little bit. I actually look up a little bit here because this enemy doesn't shoot. It's not on camera, I believe. So like so, and then we grab the second key, and then we land here, like that, and then we drop here. You're gonna have to get good at that one in particular. That one could be a little bit memey. And we're done with that area. Now, change to this, because we're going to be using this for this part of the run. I mean, for this part of the area. And if you already play this game, you know that you can bash into it. And sometimes if you're too slow, this enemy will be here. I don't know why I couldn't... There you go. I don't know what the sort of like sound effect for like not having enough energy popped up, but okay. We're gonna drop here and we're gonna change to pike because we're gonna need the pike for a certain area here. So drop here, go down here, pike here, there's energy up there, and then go to the right, and then drop here. You don't really need to fight this enemy. Dash here, grab this, and on this enemy as well, you don't need to fight it. There's also experience here if you need it, right here, which is 200. Fireball here. And then we're gonna go up. I actually missed that fireball, I can't believe it, but it's good. Kill the slime. And we're gonna go up. So if you're like short on energy, you can farm energy here from this thing. Another thing that I like to do is actually do fireball and throw fireball and then melee when the energy comes out. Double jump up and then do this like so, and then kill this slime up here. Pick up the slime. And then dash jump here, and we're gonna land on the left side of the pine that is in the background, right here. And this enemy will fall and to their deaths instead of getting up there. And then we're gonna fire this right here. Hang around here where the icicles are. Double jump, glide in. And so this particular one, you can either double jump and dash while holding forward slightly, or you can just hold forward and double jump, and you'll be fine, like this, like so. So whatever you feel like the most comfortable, you can go for. Okay. Here, boop, boop. Here you can do this, but be quick about it, because if it opens up, you'll die there. Same thing here. Boop, boop. Play here. Dash in, go up. This one, double jump up, glide down to the left. And glide if you want to. Dash up here. And then do this. And then we get back the fire. Now this section is the only danger is going to be the spikes because these enemies are now like frozen. You can get that, you can also get that energy if you want to, because now you can like bash with the fire comfortably. Speaking of that, we're gonna do it here. Wait for this to drop. Grab this. It's just, you know, intended stuff. Nothing super crazy, you know? Nothing super crazy. And now we come up to the next fight of the game. And so I'm actually going to put Life Force here to just have extra damage, but I don't think it's needed. There's one important enemy here that you need to kill, and it's the second one after this. So you're going to dash into this guy, kill him, and immediately dash onto the wall, grab onto the wall, press down to drop, tap left, and wait for the enemy to appear. Once you kill this enemy, take this out, put in wind clip, and you kill these guys. They die in 3 hits. Be careful, they can shoot. Okay? Be careful that they can shoot. Wait for him to get out of the corner. Kill that guy. And there you go. Now, I actually get another shard to... I get another shard to be able to have energy when I'm fighting some of the bosses, specifically Mora and the final boss. So we're gonna get it now, but there's 2 ways of getting it. There's the, I believe, the more safer route, and also the more preferred route if you actually want to get more experience. And then there is the less safe route, but the one that you do it now. So basically, so we're gonna do this one now. So you go down here. And the shard is down there, as you can see. We're gonna first kill this guy. To get him out of the way. There we go. And now we're gonna go under between these jumpers. I don't even know what they're called. Probably not jumpers. We get Catalyst. Catalyst just allows us to gain energy back when we smack the enemies. So when you're fighting Mora, and Mora is forcing you to use a certain ability that we're going to get later on that can constantly drain energy, we're going to need to get that energy back. So Catalyst is a good one for that. Although not entirely needed, you can do it without pretty comfortably, I'd say. But it's just a nice have, if anything. If anything, I use it more for Shriek, which is the final boss, just because if I choose to be aggressive on Shriek, or I have to be aggressive on Shriek, I would like to give some of the energy back. So now we're gonna go up. These things could be somewhat scary. I honestly can see myself getting hit easily here, but that's luckily for me. I haven't been. That hasn't been the case. Thank God. And this tells me that I don't have magnet, so don't really need this anymore. We're gonna put magnet in. We're gonna bash into this guy, and then this next slime here. Ideally, you want the slime to be close, so that way you can uppercut it and get it out of the way, because it could be. Because it's too far, it could be quite nasty. Bash up here, and then you want to bash up here as well. And you're gonna land right around here, go right, get up here, and just keep on moving up. Don't worry about anything. Like so. Now, the reason that happened right there is because I got stuck in the wall. So if you dash the wall and you hold up, not right like I did, and you just keep on moving, that enemy won't actually get up there. So don't have to worry about that. And also the enemy gets stuck. If you're afraid of that happening, then you can just pay attention. As soon as you see it, just hold the bash, and you should be able to nail that. So. But my execution in the beginning wasn't that great, which is why it prompted that in particular. But it's basically like, get up there, go under. Once you grab the wall, hold up instead of trying to hold right, because you'll need to do that. Hold up and start jumping, and then once you get up, glide up, and you'll be fine. Now the second chase sequence of the game. Chase sequences don't really need to be talked about that much, to be honest. I saw like many minor things here and there. The one thing I will explain about this chase sequence in particular is that it's very similar to Sonic Adventures 2 first level chase sequence, right? So the game is kind of generous with this particular chase sequence. And what I mean by that is that even if you're slow, the game will sort of slow down a little bit to let you catch up. So it's not super horrible, right? But if you're too fast, it will try to catch up with you to maintain that sort of pressure onto you. So you can see I'm not really rushing it. Double jump over here, glide here, and then here in particular, instead of going under, just wait it out here. Just let these things fall, and then start moving right side. And as you can see, the avalanche really does not trying to pressure me at all. Right? Like I said, it works similar to Sonic Adventure 2. If you ever played that, the truck chase sequence that you get in the beginning is basically the same thing. But it's actually not as bad as, or not as lenient as Sonic Adventure 2. In Sonic Adventure 2, you can literally stop your hedgehog, Sonic, and sort of like walk very slowly, and the truck will move at that speed with you. Here, this is not the case. You do need to pick up the pace a little bit, but if you slow down, the avalanche will slow down with you. So it's not as crazy. Now, since you already got pretty much everything we need, we just need to level up things and head up to down south to Mora, which is the hardest boss of the game. And honestly, when it comes to sections, I would say Windswept, Mora section, and the final section are like the hardest. And you could say that maybe Mora section could potentially be second hardest if you are pretty comfortable with Windswept. Now, we're here to do two things. I think I might be able to like purchase my ability to breathe water. So we're gonna talk to Offer, and there it is. You buy water breath, which is breathe underwater. So at this point, you only need 1,500. We have 2,000 because we collected extra spirits. So we're gonna go and upgrade the other shard. But before that, I'm gonna show you the opposite way, the other way to actually collect Catalyst, which is where we went down to collect that shard. You can go from here all the way top. There's an experience here that you can get if you want to. It's right there. Doesn't want to get God for some reason. And there's another experience point here. And you're gonna dash jump here, double jump, dash again, and then glide all the way to here. Double jump here and grab this. And then there's also another experience point here if you do this. And then... Oh, dude. Here it is. So here's Catalyst. You know, the shard is down there. This is where you get to. As you can see, it's a much easier way to do. So you don't want to get Catalyst later. You can get it now, which is a safer option. Because Catalyst, you don't really need it now, so it's not a big deal if you don't. So if you get it now, you can drop down, and I will show you another item that you can get. I mean, another shard. Not shard, experience. So you go in here, drop like halfway through here, dash in, you will grab a 100% 100 experience. I need a break. You'll get 100 experience there. So you don't need this much. You only need 1,500, and at this point I only need 1,000 because I invested the 500 on this guy. So what we're gonna do next is we're going to go grab the upgrades for the final shard that we currently own. And that will be the end of shards and upgrades. So upgrade here, life force once, which is 400, twice, which is 800. And there you go. And then from here, we go straight into Mora. Now, this section in particular is basically the equivalent to Deep Nest. But I don't know which one is harder, to be honest. Probably Deep Nest, I don't know. You can, if you play Hollow Knight, you can make the decision for yourself. Just don't be biased. But I will say that probably Deep Nest might be harder. I guess, I don't know. It really depends. Deep Nest is like, the one thing I will say about Deep Nest is like, it's very, I think the word symmetrical in terms of like movement. Whereas this one, you have to, it's a little bit different. So I guess in that sense, Ori might be the harder one. But Ori's not too long, I guess. So anyways, opinions, I guess, subjective. So anyways, the one thing that we're going to do here that's very important is we're going to take off Magnet. You don't need to take off Magnet now, but you need to make sure you take off Magnet when we're falling down, because we're going to be doing a specific strat for a particular enemy where we're going down, and hopefully it ends up working. It doesn't matter what you actually put slot in, because we're going to be putting Magnet back on once we're done with that particular enemy. But go under these two guys, go up, double jump here, dash, wait for this guy to jump. And then here, instead of falling the same way we did last time, we're going to glide down, because the RNG here, as when we were getting down there, is different. You can bash if you get close to one of these things. So I didn't choose to bash there, but bashing is an option. It's probably the better option, just in case you get hit. So it also gives you time to think about stuff if you want to. And if you're bashing wrong, you can immediately glide, and it stops the bashing the trajectory. Which we used to do on the upcoming section that we're going to do, but now we don't bash, we actually use Fireball. So I'll explain it right now. There's two enemies that are coming up. The first one, we're going to shoot them down, and the second one is going to shoot us with projectiles. We're going to bash a projectile and then bash onto the enemy. After bashing the enemy, we're going to turn right and throw a Fireball. That Fireball will hit the enemy. It will make the bottom two like sort of spike areas or spike platforms to move up and down, and that will kill the enemy below me. And that way it makes it easier to go under, instead of, because killing that enemy is kind of scary. So we're going to do just that. Hold right here. Should also take off Splinter. Shoot this enemy. And then right here we're going to bash. Wait for it. So one bash, two bash, turn around, shoot Fireball. And if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, which is like make these two things move, then throw Fireball down. And then kill them. But if you shoot it right, it should like make these two things like move up and down, and it kills the enemy in the bottom. And that's about it. And then you go down here, dash here, bash immediately, because he will shoot. Wait for this one to shoot. And the reason you want to do that, the reason you want to wait for the second one to shoot downwards before continually dashing, is because this enemy can hit you in this cutscene. Like, you can't control the movement of your character, and so you can get hit while you're in here. So jump here, start gliding, and then don't let go of gliding after this point. Dash here, and then this is where we're gonna be using, we're just going to like go through everything without the use of like the use of fireflies when we come back up. My bad. So one thing in particular that I like about this game is that some of your projectiles can actually function as light source, so you don't really need a firefly to continue. So the proper way would be to destroy the firefly that's on the left side, and that will guide us all the way to the top, so that way the darkness doesn't kill us. But if you do this right, you can use your own arrows to fend away the darkness. So once you grab this, double jump, grab this, shoot, shoot, dash, and then even on the walls you can shoot as well to fend the darkness away. Shoot here, grab this, there you go, and then uppercut, kill this guy, And then here you're gonna dash jump, double jump, pull out one of the strings in the bottom, one of the things, and interacting with that will give you access to all your movement again. So we're going to double jump again, and you can glide if you want to, you can dash if you want to. The idea is to like not land on the edge where the enemy might potentially be waiting for us, so that way we could either uppercut or do something about it. So like that, and then since the enemy's there, we can sort of get him out of there by uppercutting. It hit me because I kind of messed that up there, but basically, you uppercut, you jump, and you uppercut and hit him again. Okay, so another mistake that I did there was actually not waiting for this enemy to like get out from where it was, and so my uppercut ended up hitting the enemy and also hitting me. For some reason, this spider has a hitbox in the air, so you can't really sort of do the same thing you would do with a slime, where it's like you hit him, you do the uppercut, oh, it's like on top of me, don't worry, we don't take damage. This one in particular, well, so when you do the uppercut, literally stay away. Another thing is, this enemy here actually has a limit to where it can go, and it's right around here. So this enemy won't chase me to the spot, to my understanding. So yeah, that's as far as it can go. And the same goes for the enemy that we killed down here. The limit is basically this spot here. It can't go more further to the left. Okay, so what I like to do is bait this guy here and then do that. Oh, look at that. So we can show you this, right? So this is as far as this enemy can go, right? So I gotta kill him because I don't need to have them back here. As you can see, I'm using arrows to maintain myself in the light. After this, we're going to be using Spike to kill the spider up here. And when the spider goes down like that, we do Spike from this position here. And even if it tries going up, we'll still be able to get it. Okay. 4 dashes here. If you mess up, just 3. Shoot and then dash in the air. And just keep dashing. And go this way. Jump here. Glide down. Dash here. Shoot here. Don't rush to the right there. And then double jump here. And if you don't get it immediately, then do not worry. But there you go. Do that. Shoot here if you want to. Shoot here to reset the darkness, and then grab this. If you don't shoot there, you're gonna have to make sure that you don't mess up on the jumping on the bouncy platform. From here, hold glide and just walk left, and then start descending little by little. Once you get past this sort of experience, it will refresh your sort of the darkness meter, so that way you can keep going. Don't go too far to the left though, you'll get hit there. And then here, be careful with that enemy in particular. You need to move fast or else the enemy will hit you. Here's where I'm gonna be like not using the fireflies. So we're gonna go this way, shoot here, and then you want to sort of be slightly to the left, slightly close to that platform that was on the left side. Maybe a little bit more to the right, because there's spikes on the right side, there's spikes on the left side. So you kind of want to land right here, right where I'm at right here. And then from here, jump, dash, and just keep shooting as much as you can. Then dash here. You want to shoot as you're falling down, so that way Ori doesn't do a landing animation, and you're capable of continuously moving. Down here, shoot, double jump, dash up here, double jump again, shoot here, dash. Once you land here, don't move forward, just jump or double jump, and then dash up. Dash, glide, bash. Hit this if you need more. If you have, which I forgot to put in, if you have magnet. There you go. So you can get more of that. Just here. Single bash, double bash, glide, double jump, and bash up. And then from here you can dash twice. Double jump here. Shoot to refresh. Shoot again, and then you can just fall down here. And then from here, you get the flash. Flash is extremely good for this part and this part only, because you don't have to worry about darkness, and on top of that, it also does damage to the enemies in here. If you're in need of experience, you can get experience up here. That right there. And after that, you just teleport back up. And now we're gonna go to Mora. Basically a shortcut so we can get our energy back, and then straight to Mora. So you're gonna want to activate this now. That way you don't have to do it later. Because one of the things that I did here is that I activated like too late here, and I actually got hit by the spikes because Ori kind of goes up a little bit on activation, and so that's not good. So down here, right side, pay attention to those projectiles. Left, right, jump over this guy, and then double jump here, glide and fall on here. Hit the grids if you want to by doing an uppercut, so that way you get that again. And then don't change the flash, change the arrows if you want to B to the fire, because if not, the flash will disappear. That wasn't entirely good. There you go. And then we, resume as normal. Double jump, dash. You can double jump here, activate this, and double jump again, so you can get up here if you want to. And here I like to double jump, dash, and then go all the way to here. But space those double jumps up a little bit more so you can actually get the max height if you want to. If not, you can land on the right side. Then from here, touch this, take off flash, activate this, and then you're gonna hold glide and hold right, and the darkness won't kill you here, so don't have to worry about it. And there you go. That's the end of the section. And we're gonna have this exact build for the fight. You can actually take Sticky off if you want to, and put it for Catalyst. But it's up to you. You're gonna need to go up on the wall sometimes if Mona makes it difficult. Mona's gonna be a little bit of a difficult boss fight to sort of explain in this moment here. So I'm going to sort of explain the general strat for Mora, and then after I'm done, we can kind of dive deeper into Mora after we're done with it. Okay. So the general strat with Mora is going to be to fight phase 1 normally, but we're gonna be close to Mora so that Mora can only do two types of attacks. Nothing more, nothing less. And then once Mora is transitioning from phase 1 to 2, we actually deal enough damage to cancel out phase 2 and try and make her go to phase 3. Once that's done, we go fight Mora phase 3 and hope that Mora doesn't do summons. If Mora does summons, then we're gonna have to sort of improvise a little bit. If not, then we try to maintain Mora like we did in phase 1, where Mora just do two types of attack, which then turns Mora into phase 3, which is where we need to activate flash. And then upon activating flash, hope that Mora doesn't summon again or does any other attack, and we continue doing phase 1. Ideally, a good fight with Mora would be that the strat that we do in phase 1 is done on 3 and 4, and there's nothing else to Mora. However, it doesn't always go like that. You're gonna have to learn how to fight Mora entirely, which I'll try to explain later on. Okay, so but Mora can be kind of difficult sometimes. It is the hardest boss of the entire run, for sure. Shriek is a close second, though. Right, so let's move on before things get really hot over here where I live. So, actually, we can't skip it. So again, the strat for Mora is going to be to stay close to Mora to bait those two particular attacks. One of them actually doesn't have too much reach. The other one has a projectile that she does when she slams the ground. So you want to make sure she doesn't do that. Here's one thing to take note though, that if for some reason it doesn't look like it's that replicable in practice when you're doing like fighting the bosses from the access point. Or from the accessibility, what's called the whole thing where you like access boss fights and stuff. But it's kind of difficult to actually perma stagger in those practice. But in the run itself, it's much easier to do so. And so you can basically just continuously keep hitting Mora, and Mora will just keep on staggering. So that's an advantage that you can take off. If you want, you can also activate Flash to make it a little bit easier. It is not confirmed though that Flash helps with the stagger, but I've found success having them both active. So yeah, that's definitely gonna work, and it works for every single phase, by the way. So if you want, you can start phase 1 with activating Flash and trying to perma stagger Mora into transition into phase 2. And then when Mora transitions into phase 2, you're gonna want to do at least 2 to 3, maybe 4 shots when she's doing the whole animation into phase 2, and then dash in, start shooting Mora as Mora's kind of like, you know, doing the post animation, you know, readying up to attack you. And so if you do it right, you'll be able to skip the entirety of phase 2 into phase 3. So Mora might start with, starts with this. That's the attack that she does when projectiles come out. And then the other one is going to be the one where she like stomps the ground, but doesn't have that much range. So it's this one. And so, as you can see, not too much range. Right. There you go. So I kind of messed up a little bit. We did got to force a phase 3 there, and I got hit in the beginning because of it. Dash here, left, right, left. There we go. And if you get hit, you're doing PB, try to make sure to utilize the moment where she's transitioning from phase 2 to 3, that she's stopping to heal up fully, so you can get more, get the full benefit out of your build, or you can heal at this point here. So we're gonna quick flash again. And so let's see what Mora's gonna do here. So dash up. That's a stagger. And so she's going to like cry for the enemies. So this is the part where things get really difficult, but you know, the very useful thing about these enemies in particular is that you can use them as to bash. And so if you bash, you are slightly immune to damage. And so that way you can continuously bash through enemies. She will spawn 3 of them. So just use him as a way to dodge Mora's attacks, running anything. Right. So bash here, and you're out. You can kill some of them. And so this fire, for example, here, really difficult to reach. Really difficult to reach this one particular thing that I actually grab onto. So the enemies kind of help for that. If not, then just go to the wall and just grab onto this. But you can kind of hang out here, see what Mora's gonna do. And if she's going to dash in, then just use these guys as bashing again, and you get out of the situation, right? You can also use this to kill the enemies, the little guys. So that way. Oh, I forgot the enemy died. I mean, I thought the enemy died, but it's okay, it's okay. For some reason, I thought the enemy died there. But I will do this. And now she's gonna do the thingy. I need to activate flash for this. As you can see, I'm not doing my my best job at that dealing with Mora here, but we can talk about that in a little bit. Right. So after that, now we're on to Qualog. We don't need anything else except to TP to here. Now, since we defeated Mora, we can kind of like touch on Mora a little bit. Which is the beauty of this game. So we go to quick access and we have access to Mora now. Right. So I'm guessing I have all the builds. Yeah, okay. So again, like I said, Mora has 2 types of attacks, and you have to be careful with you have to be careful when she actually lands bites the ground. She will leave a big pool under her, and then projectiles will come out of the sight. And the best thing you can do is just jump, right? If you're playing very aggressive, you need to make sure that you at least have like a jump available for it, right? So we'll show the attack that she has. But you're basically not going to be dealing with most of these attacks, to be honest. As you can see. You can kind of loop her into doing this as well. As you can see. When she does this in particular, here's where you want to have your build ready. Shoot a couple times, roll in, and then start shooting again. As you can see, I kind of messed up. But you want to get it. You kind of want to get 3 to 4 hits when she's like rolling in the ground, and then dash in and get close to start shooting again. And so if you don't miss any shots, you'll skip the space entirely. I messed it up, so we fully couldn't truly skip it, but you can definitely skip the entire fight before she chooses to do any action. But Mora's definitely gonna be one of those boss fights that you're just gonna have to get used to the attack patterns and everything, more than anything else, right? So like I said, this little glowing thing that you see right here, there's one that is like really low and the other one's really high. And when Mora appears, you're gonna have to pay attention to what Mora's gonna do next. If she decides to start with triple flame wave, you're gonna have to rush into the left and then grab onto the wall, or just go into the thing that you can bash into, so that you can fight Mora. Fighting on the left side, not ideal. Fighting on either edge, you'd rather want to fight on the left side, because if you're on the right edge, Mora can actually hit you when she tries to chase you. On the left side, Mora won't entirely fully commit to the left side, and so there's attacks that won't hit the wall, and so you can just sort of like be in between the wall and Mora. Not the same for the right side. The reason I hate the left side is because the foreground, I think it's the word, the foreground has some sort of like some aesthetic to it that blocks your vision a little bit, and so it sucks. So yeah, so we'll play around with Mora's stuff here. This is one of their chases that she likes to do. She always goes from one side to the other. So follow her lead, and then when she goes to attack, you go under. Here's a summon. Canvas enemies, you can kill them by uppercutting them. And then one of the things that I will say, like I just committed right there, being in the air is not that great against Mora. You kind of want to be in the ground as much as you can. And there you go. You know, good use of the enemies to kill them. I mean, to get out of Mora's attacks. There you go. She's gonna have a triple flame wave. If she's on the left side, you're Gucci. That's not bad. If she's on the right side, then you're gonna have to rush for the wall. Glide down here. Right. See if we can force her to do something else that's not the things that she likes to do. If you want to kill these enemies quickly, but you don't want to engage it as much, you can also activate your this, and this does this significant amount of damage, where you can kind of focus on dodging Mora, while the flash does the job for you, right? When Mora does this, just try to see if you can hit a few of them on Mora, because the damage is really good, as you can see. She's not giving me all the moves but so yeah, through a flame wave, we go up here, and we go this way, glide to stay closer. There you go. And again, activate this. As you can see, you kill them all with flash. Really useful tool. Just be careful of not utilizing other abilities together with flash, because you consume a lot of energy. Okay, that actually that one tick of damage actually made it go to second phase, not the fourth phase. Yeah, this attack in particular, just jump over. Now be careful with the environment, because sometimes, like it happened right there, the projectile can't, the arc is not high enough to actually go to the other side, and you'll just get hit by it. If you stay there, you'll get hit. So be mindful where your position is. So again, what I'm doing this. As you can see, if you're capable of like staggering her over and over and over, she just doesn't get to do anything. So this is the boss that's going to require a lot of practice. All of her attacks are actually pretty fair, nothing super difficult. Again, if you have, when you're dealing with the enemies, the small enemies, activate flash and just treat them as ways for you to traverse the ground away from Mora. That's about it. Don't think of them as anything else. Just make sure that you don't collide with them when you go through them. Right. So now on to the rest of the game. We take off this because we don't need it, and we're gonna put in. Always have sticky and magnet when you're just traveling, because we're gonna need it. Does this guy jump over you? Well, this enemy is not here. This is an enemy up here that is supposed to be here, that's not here. That you just jump over. And then this guy bash over. And then there's a fly that could be up here. So what you want is to wait for it to die like that. And then you go up. But if you don't see anything, just go up like I did. And then this guy here. Bash up. And then make sure your bashing is good here. You might want to like bash late as well, so that way you have more airtime before the projectiles get to you. And since we already bought the upgrade, we don't have to worry about oxygen here. So you can go through all this, bash these guys if you need to. That one in particular doesn't have that much tracking, so you don't have to worry about them. But this guy, that sort of piranha, if it tries to chase you, better off bashing it. But yeah, this is Luma Pools. This is a very short section, not super scary. And we're gonna need this guy for projectile here. And then we're gonna actually get close to this guy here and look for a bash, and then start swimming quickly. Because if not, he'll attack. And if you don't bash quickly, we'll turn around and things will get sort of difficult. So what you want to do is you want to utilize the starting animation to get over the enemy. Here I just start tapping right side so I can get up to the top, and then from here double jump dash, dash jump, double jump glide, and then you can dash if you want to here to make it to this other side. This is just, you know, casual things, not super crazy. Right, so sometimes these bubbles in particular can get like stuck and nothing happens. You just use the fireball to just get up here. Because one of the things I like about this game halfway through is that some of these sections you can actually go through it without getting other stuff. And so if you look at fireball, you can do this section without fireball, to my understanding. But if you got fireballs, you don't have to wait for the bubbles on some of them. So there's an enemy right here that you want to kill, which is a fly. So we're gonna be using wing flip here and try to kill this enemy, and then kill these two. The one on the left, the last one that we killed on the left side, no need to kill that one. Not needed. Because we're not going left. We're going right. And then we're gonna go high up here. Wait for the next bubble. And then we're gonna land here. Now, you wanna be in the bottom part of this, because one of the scary things about this is trying to get over this arc. So the best way to sort of like attempt to normalize this sort of, you know, arc here is to let the bubble sort of do its job in terms of height. So we're gonna be on the bottom edge of this here, and once the bubble actually aligns with our body, slightly in the same level, we're gonna press jump, and then hold left, and then glide down, dash and jump, and then you'll be fine. That way we don't actually go too high and get hit. Okay. So the only issue there is that it requires reaction time, or timing. It requires good timing on your part, but besides that, it's a pretty comfortable strat. You go up, kill this thing, 2 shots kills, and then here, I guess maybe here's where you need the fire. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you can't get a Luma Pulse without this, but again, this part is pretty comfortable because we don't really need the oxygen. Like, we can breathe underwater now. Now we're gonna go for the torpedoes to actually open access to where we're gonna go. Now this next part, there's actually a fight here, but I'm going to show you how to avoid to do any of the fights in here. So instead of actually touching the platform there, you're gonna go under the water here and just swim in the bottom, and this skips the fight, so you don't have to do this fight. And when you get the ability that we're gonna get soon, instead of dropping down to the right and actually doing this fight, you just go to the left. But we'll show that. I'll show you that in a bit here. So open this up, trigger the torpedo, and so here you kind of want the torpedo to, you want to be able to bash the torpedo a bit more to the left than to the right, so you don't get hit by one of these rotating contraptions. So right around here you can do that. Now be mindful that, you know, the other contraption on the left is like moving, so if that was the case, I wouldn't be this close to the left here. So you can kind of do it here. It's just that you'll be pushed this way. You're gonna have to sort of turn around, just like how you do it with barrels when you dash in. Same thing. You're gonna have to make sure that you're immediately turning around as soon as you do the bash.
Bolito war, levada sola. Rono morca, haraway. Nebo moquiba, no moto waba.
Alright. So, starting up here, we're gonna want to stay slightly away from this enemy because this enemy has a lot of reach and we want to force the projectile. So, now we get the projectile, shoot downwards, and we go up. I think that might have hit. Kind of looks like it did not. We'll see. Oh. Almost there. So drop, dash, jump, glide, and then go to the left here. You're gonna bash this enemy. We're gonna go down. So you're gonna do some sort of like bit of a normalized strat, I guess. It's not really a normalized strat. The angle that we're gonna choose, we have to choose the angle. But once we go all the way up, provided that the angle is perfect, we're gonna dash to the left, and that way we avoid spikes. So a bit more to the left here. Up, double jump left, and from here you can go higher if you want to. Dash right, and then you land down. You can double jump there if you want to. After this, we trigger the torpedo, and we are sort of position ourselves here, so that way we hit that and we can go up, and then do this. You probably don't need this because you have the fireball, so you can probably do this without the fireball. But if you don't have the fireball for some reason, you went to the weapons early. This is how you do it, I guess. But literally, you can just do it with fireball. Like, well, maybe lower, I guess. Like so. There you go. So, shoot this guy here. Also, this guy here, and then after you grapple, you dash. And you wait for the angle to be favorable to you, and then from here you grapple up, glide down here, and when you grab this, double jump, get out, land this here, and then you glide it for some swag points, I guess. Now, casually, you're supposed to go to the right after getting this item. Or this ability. But we're not gonna go to the right, we're gonna go to the left. And this way we avoid the fight. Dropping here, you hold glide fully. And then go to the right. And we drop down. And so one of the cool things about the new ability that we got is that you can actually just dash through them. So you get eye freeze when you're dashing through these things. Or you get immunity to them. So that's really good. Section wise, it's not over yet because one particular area of this part here has hitboxes, as you can see here, left and right. So you kind of want to be in the middle. Once you're out of that, then you're kind of out of section is over. Here we're gonna switch into splinter, and we're gonna just have the entire build with sticky. Basically, these four things sticky, for this boss in particular. Now, Qualog is a lot more of a blinking and you miss it type of fight, but it really depends on how Qualog behaves, because Qualog can do you one particular attack, or not one particular, one attack in total. Right. The way the fight's supposed to go is you do a setup, you stagger Qualog, you do as much damage as you can. Qualog attempts to attack. If the RNG was favorable, he doesn't get to attack. If not, then you have to dodge and then continues attacking and he's dead. Okay? So I will show you the way to do that, and now we go about the setup. So immediately we're gonna dash here just to get away from him. Probably 4 dashes is good. And you're going to dash up once and then dash up again. So you can wait till Kolok is done with that. I'm kinda close to this guy, but it's fine. We get some distance from him now. And then piranhas. Just do like the dash and then immediately like bash into them. And I think you'll be completely safe because when you're doing that, you have a hitbox, you can hit the piranhas. But in the case that things don't go well, you can still bash into them and you'll still be safe. So, you know, dash, bash, all the way till you get rid of the piranhas. Basically. Okay, so position. Mimic me. Right there. What you want to do is you want to have a fireball. You don't need to angle this fireball. Just press fireball when the health bar appears. You're gonna make sure that you get the health bar, the fireball here. So we're gonna press Y when we see the health bar, and Kolok's gonna do sort of an animation with his hands. He's gonna lift the hand up, go down, and then lift the hand up a second time. On the second lift, on the highest point, I think is, you let go of the fireball. You dash forward. And you start shooting. You can start mashing and then hold B so you can actually get the optimal speed. And then if Kolok got staggered, you'll be fine and you'll just have to dodge only once. If Kolok didn't got staggered, then you're gonna have to fight it normally and stall until he gets back to your position. And you can go for another stagger and possibly kill him after that. So we'll talk about more Kolok after we're done here, so we'll just do the intended stuff here. Let's see. And there you go. That's a deck Kolok. So I messed up a little bit just because I threw fireball early. But I still had enough time to charge it again and throw it again. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I can't show you Kolok now just in case we have to redo the entire fight. So let's just finish this part and then we'll come back to Kolok later on. But ideally that's how the fight should go. The fireball should stagger and allow you to just dish out an insane amount of damage and kill Kolok. This deserves some Bible thumbs. For sure. It's a really nice scene. I just hate the fact that I can skip it. Because again, it's like the more you watch a scene, the less impactful it feels to you, you know? So partially why I like the fact that I'm not running as much is because of that, because some of these scenes at least have more impact. Alright. So, we're not too far out from the end of the game. And so, we're gonna go straight into here. At this point, we don't have anything else that we need to grab, we just need to just finish the game. So we're gonna do the chase sequence and then into the end of the section. But before that, we will talk about Kolok. So I'm pretty sure that we can do that now. Okay. So Let's not worry about the beginning because the beginning it's not a 1-to-1. Talk about one square. In there. That double bash you see there is the right way of doing double bash. I messed up the beginning, I don't know what I did. But I messed it up. Rope around is here, so it's kind of the sad part. You can't really practice it. But again, the whole strategy is you fireball after seeing a certain animation, so you're using a visual cue. Fireball, dash forward, start shooting, and when he is transitioning into the second phase, because you will see the animation go through for that transition, you dash again to get into him. So the reason we need to do that so we can actually max out the damage output that we're doing to Qualog in case we just miss something, or you know. And it has to be the position that we have currently. I mean, not right now, but this one right here is so that both dashes have the same range, length, or not the same length. They will put us in a consistent spot every single time. That's important because Qualog, when it's transitioning into the second phase, likes to do the animation where it goes down and then it hits the upper area, the ceiling, and then everything starts to fill up. That animation, there's portions where it can hit you. It's important to actually have the spot to be consistent every single time. So that's why I position myself where I am, so that the fireball will connect every single time after a certain animation. And so once I dash in, I have optimal distance, or not optimal, but a good distance to be able to shoot him, to force his phase transition, so that I can dash again and be in a spot that I know that I'm not gonna get hit. Okay, so that's important. Now, if that doesn't work, and Qualog starts behaving badly, it is very important that you stay on the left side with Qualog. The reason behind that is if Qualog smashes the center, he will break the center. We don't want that because it makes it difficult to like move around, and also if we have to like readjust our setup or strategy, we won't be able to because the center is broken. So we don't want to do that. We want to maintain Qualog on the left side. The only moments where Qualog will feel inclined to actually get away from you is when he's going to do like long range projectiles, which is totally fine. We use that to hit Qualog back and stop him from shooting again. Okay, so you're going to see how Qualog is going to get close to me, and then he's going to attempt to go away from me and then realize he can't do whatever he wants, and that's what we want. If he goes away, it's because he does long range projectiles. So we hug left side. So watch. Right? Gets close because he needs to do the sort of attack, right? And this attack is the one that if it hits the middle, it breaks the middle. We won't want that. This one in particular, you need to like learn the timing of it and dash as soon as it's about to attack. Not too early, just slightly before it's about to attack. And so that way you dodge it. This is basically like the best attack you can have if Qualog decides to do something. That or the one he did to me where he is going to like sort of ground pound the floor, right? One of those two. Basically the ground pound will be better because it stalls long enough for you actually to force the phase transition. The tongue is the second best because you only need to dash, and that dash will put you in the right spot for Qualog to do the phase transition. So basically, since we start in a certain position, we dash in to start doing the initial damage, and then we dash again for the last position. It doesn't matter if we actually do the dash early, right? So what I mean is that is like we start in the initial position, we throw fireball, and we dash in to be able to do optimal damage. If Qualog decides to attack us and we dash in again, it's not really bad to do that early because we'll still be able to do enough damage to phase transition him, and we can stay in the same spot to just continuously do damage. So it's not that bad. The worst one is where he actually does the hand, because the hands you're going to have to like dodge a couple times. And the max amount of hands he could do is actually 5, but he can stop from 2 and forward. So not super consistent. It kind of sucks because you have to like time it as well, and you might also feel inclined to move a little bit because you don't want to get hit. Maybe your dash is not that good enough and reliable to be able to dodge the hands comfortably. and it really sucks. The other part is when Quolok decides to go away and show thrust projectile, that means you're gonna have to sort of like leave your position, which means you're gonna have to eyeball how close you should be to Quolok when you're trying to hit the boss as it's transitioning. So you're probably gonna have to play a little bit more defensively. Not the best thing. So that's two of the attacks that we've seen: the tongue, the ground pound. As again, you saw him kind of get away, but he can't, so he actually is gonna go back in to attack me. Ground pound again. Gets away, kind of has to come back. And so here's the hand attack, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it, right? It can do less than 5, but it will do either 1 or 2, or although any number that it wants. If you time it well, you won't have trouble. The timing of dodging is similar to the tongue, which is like slightly before the hitbox comes out. And the best way to deal with this is alternating from one position to the other. The only one problem that exists with this particular attack is that Quolok can actually make the hands come out of the wall. And if it does that, you're forced to actually dash away further, which means that your position is going to be off. But if not the case, then you can just alternate between your starting position and your next position, or your middle position to your last position, and just keep doing that over and over until Quolok is left. Is done with that. After the 5th shot, after the 5th hand that you can confirm, you can start shooting. Try not to do it before a hand, because it's not really easy to confirm if Quolok is done. So the best thing you could do is either shoot after the 5th hand, and if he only did 4, 3, or 2, then the best thing you can do is just wait for the next attack and capitalize on that. The worst thing that the Quolok can do, as I already explained, is the projectiles from far, because it just gets a little bit difficult. But the best thing you could do in that case would be to prevent the, stop Quolok from shooting, and then go back to your first initial position and look to either fireball when it's getting close to see if you can stagger, or adopt the middle position and then shoot from there, right? So middle position will be this. Goes from here. And so he's gonna do this now. So you're going to shoot him, and then from here you're gonna adopt the position again. From here. And then do this. If he doesn't do that, then if he doesn't get close, then right. And so you're always gonna want to have this position that I'm currently having. So that way you can maintain the other two, right? So you can shoot him if you want here. Position here yourself, dodge, and then dodge back here, right? He transitioned already to the second phase, but what I'm saying is utilize the initial position you have to locate the other next to you, so you can have a consistent so your last position can be consistent, because if not, you're gonna get hit by an invisible hitbox. So we need to avoid that. So the first position is a reference to the last one. But yeah, in that end, Quolok has tongue, hands, and the ground pound, plus the projectile. So 4 attacks in total, right? Quolok second phase is a lot scarier, and I will admit that I don't have enough experience as I used to have with Quolok, so I can't really talk to you about Quolok's second phase. If you get stuck in second phase, it's gonna be rough. The one thing I will say is that try to avoid being in the water when Quolok decides to dive, because if it decides to dive, it's gonna do a certain attack where it tries to like suck you in, and you can't get out of the water. You try to get out of the water, you'll get hit. You're forced to stay inside the water. So not the greatest thing ever. The attacks that Quolok does when water is leveled are pretty horrible, because if it goes into the water, it's a lingering hitbox that you don't want to deal with either. So But yeah, again, position here. Wait for the bar to come up. Shoot here. Dash up. See what he's gonna do. And he's dead. Alright. Let's see, let's try other like situations to see what we get. Getting here early. Make sure you got fireball. Activate. Throw. Dash. So, as you can see, I was ready to dash if he was going to do the tongue, which he tried, but my damage was fast enough. I was able to deal enough damage that couldn't do anything about it. Let's see if we can get other sort of RNGs that are none of that. Because Kola can get really difficult sometimes. There you go. One thing that I want to remind you is that you don't really need to, if you're looking at the right side, you don't need to do a direction for dashing on Qualock. So what you want to do initially is hold the ability, let go of the button of the ability, so the fire goes in, and then immediately just press dash, no directions. Press dash, so that way the distance you travel is always going to be the same. Okay, and then after that, you need to either use the joystick or the D-pad to give the right angle to start shooting the shots, because in the beginning, the game is not going to auto-track Qualock for you. You're gonna have to manually give the angle to where you want to shoot the arrows. Once you see Qualock sort of stagger, dash again, and then start shooting again. Right? So for me, it's hold Y. Let go. And even if you're like off by a little bit, you can still kill him really quickly. If things come to the point where water actually prevents you from doing the last shot, immediately dash up and shoot. Right, that's the best thing you can do. Immediately dash up, play aggressive. Right, and just kill him right up there. But yeah, that's pretty much all that Qualock has to offer. And in terms of second phase, you're gonna have to learn how to deal with second phase by yourselves. I do apologize. There's nothing I can teach you about second phase more than anything. I could maybe link the Florist Lava that I did with Qualock, because that has a lot of second phase that I did no hit a long time ago, and so maybe that will give you an idea. But right now I can't even do Florist Lava Qualock. But maybe I'll give the link, provide the link to that video in particular, so you can see how I did it, and you can get some ideas on how to deal with second phase. Because Florist Lava second phase is not that bad. You just kind of don't want to be in the water. You can be in the wall, but you don't want to be in the water as much as you know. Unless you want to transition from one side to the other, so that's not bad. But being in the water can be a little bit scary, and also if you're close to Quolok, you might be able to force Quolok to do more close range attacks or just the tongue, similar to how we kind of manipulate Mora to just do a few attacks only. We can kind of sort of do the same thing with Quolok, except Quolok might do more, but that's because Quolok kind of forces you to get away from it, which gives him options to do something else. We'll do it one more time. There you go. Then it gave me like the really bad pattern that I want, which is like hands. But here's what I will tell you. If you're shooting and decides to do hands, just dodge them all. Dodge them all, and then after that, shoot. But dodge them all by just going from, you know, if you're in the middle, going left or right, and one of those 3 points. Try not to move your character too much, just dodge. And hopefully you should be fine on that regard. Anyways, moving on. Chase sequence. We're gonna need to go this way because we need to get a torpedo for this part. I wonder if I do need to get a torpedo. There you go. Right. I think, can I skip this? Yeah, you can. This to me is like the scariest chase sequence, because burrow can be scary. Like you need. It's not science, you know, but sometimes you can mess up burrowing. So. One thing I will mention though, that if you guys have any questions or any doubts, you can always directly message me on Discord. Same name as Twitch or YouTube, anywhere. Basically same name, Blast. And I'll be happy to help with any sort of things you're like wondering. So. But yeah, after chase sequence we have just the end game, and that's about it. But the end game itself is also pretty lengthy, so this will probably be another extra hour invested in this. This guy is looking. This guy that's looking up to be like a 5 hour to 5.5 hour. There we go. There is down here, I think it's an energy that you can pick up if you want to. Energy or experience, I forgot what it is. You can only get it after doing this, which you can teleport down and then grab it. But honestly, the amount of energy we got, we don't need it. If you actually get that one, you will need another energy to get to Ace. Get to. Here goes the chase sequence. So chase sequence, you know, I think there's much I can explain out of the chase sequence more than anything. I try to be a bit more calm about chase sequence instead of like super rushing it. Because this guy, can be scary, but if you're calm about it, you should be fine. So I guess copy everything I do, I guess. One important thing here is immediately curve when you go down. You just spin here. And then go up. And then be careful at the bottom, there's actually spikes. You don't want those. You don't want to deal with those spikes in particular. So, and then take your time on that one in particular, so you burrow correctly. And this one up. There you go. I don't think we can teleport yet, right? Yeah, no teleporting. Apparently, if you wait in the beginning there, it's faster than to getting all the way here. I'm guessing you can like wait for, I think it was like 40 seconds or something like that. You just wait there and then you can teleport. So, there's that. So now we gotta go down here and then on to the last section. That right here, just walk into it and you immediately just dash. Not too scary here to talk about. Activate this thing. And now, fighting time. We're gonna be fighting the big guys here. Be careful of them. Some of them can actually throw projectiles, so you don't want to deal with those. The initial ones actually don't have any shields, so you can kill them quickly as soon as they land. Just be careful with them, they can actually shoot you, so if you see a weird ass animation of them trying to throw you stuff, then immediately stop shooting. And proceed to bash it. The one thing I will say, the enemies with the shields, if you pike them, for some reason the pike goes through the shield. I haven't tested it with this enemy in particular, but I've tested with the later enemies who have shields, and for some reason the pike goes through. So I'm assuming it goes through these guys as well, because it's the same type of enemy. So yeah. Now, we're about to get pretty good pretty good ability. So before that, we need to like shoot a couple things. Going down, we're going to teleport downwards here, and we're gonna need to kill one of the sort of like whatever we just killed as we're going down. So that way, when we come back up, we don't have to worry about it. But make sure you do it quickly as you're going down, and don't go too low, because when you want to get to the end part of where we're going, the laser might block us. So after teleporting here, go down, get close to this part, and then start going down here slowly. That way the laser doesn't block us or prevent us from getting lower, going higher. And then after this, just shoot everything you see. There's supposed to be one down here. There it is. And then another one over here. And there we go. And now there's a bit of an execution kind of like a skill check thing that the way I do it. So because I haven't practiced it that much, so yeah, you will have to pardon me for this, but basically I do 3 dashes and then I do a launch. So launch is what we just got. And so if you press launch without any sort of direction, it will always land you up. And we utilize this because we need normalized sort of directions. So this is a straight up vertical one, and we're going to be using it for that. So we're going to press Y, and then we're going to dash out, glide, press Y again, and grab onto the, or actually we'll probably just glide onto the left, launch, and then grab into the wall, dash away, launch, grab into the wall, dash away, jump, and then launch. So bash here, like that, like so, like that. So I forgot that you bash. So yeah, when you press Y, you're gonna go into the enemy, you're gonna bash left, dash after that, press Y to go up, hug the wall, dash out, press Y to go up, hug the wall, or dash the wall, dash out, jump, and then Y. It will throw you up all the way here where I was, and then just press Y again to just go up. And that's the entirety of the execution. Okay. Here you're gonna double jump and then use launch. So like so, and then glide, and then double jump here. And then here, don't do anything, just press Y to just go up. And then glide here. And then grab here. Right. Once the laser disappears here, you just double jump and then you glide down. Or single jump, and then Y up. Launch up. And this will put us in the last section of the area. And pretty much one of the scariest sections. Now, there is a couple places we can go. On the entrance, you can go left, right, you can go all the way up and take the spirit wall, so you can then teleport there when you want to. And then now after the spirit wall, you can go to the other 5 sections, I think it is, or 4 sections or whatever. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go to the spirit wall first, because that way with the spirit well active, we can sort of TP to wherever we want to TP. Okay. So go to spirit well, come down, do right, left, and then TP back up to spirit well. So there's gonna be a couple of normalization struts we're gonna be doing. So once you get up here, dash to the left. Around midway through here, press Y only or launch, and then dash to the right, left if you want to, whatever you want, but you gotta be in the left for this one. And then shoot. Go this way, right around here, shoot up, and then go up so the camera can see the other one, and then shoot that one as well. This one's a little bit difficult to hit, but once you hit it, you got it. In this position, you're gonna launch diagonally up left, and try not to bump yourself on the wall on the ceiling, and then start falling to the left, dash in, and then once you get to the enemy, you're going to launch directly up, or bash directly up, and then launch. The goal is to trigger the mine to explode. So we're gonna sort of maybe go a little bit more to the left, trigger that, and then start falling on the right side, and then come back down to the enemy, bash and launch up, and we're fine. Okay, so launch here, dash, glide, launch directly up, like so. I kind of did it wrong there, but the idea is to do it like this, and then like that. So I don't know exactly what I did wrong there. I think I actually didn't got really quickly to the enemy in particular. But you want to bash and then launch immediately, trigger, then go and start falling left side, right side. First time that I failed that, probably I didn't do it quickly. But it's not really a big deal, to be honest. If you think about it, all you need to do is just bash the projectile instead of just trying to like glide to the right side. If you think you're not gonna make it, just bash it. Right? You can bash all three of the projectiles that the enemy does. Just make sure that you don't throw the projectiles towards the enemy. You're better off just bashing to some other direction, right? So like for example, if I do this and I mess up, then you can just do this, right? You can bash right, wait for him to be done, and then go back up, like so. There. So that's basically the fix that I should have done, right? I was too late to actually go to the right side, bash to the right, glide, and you'll be fine, right? Now we go here, drop down here, kill this thing just in case we forget. And then here, you need to actually get inside the sort of circle, but we're not going to do that. We're actually going to utilize, we're going to go under it. And under it seems to be a bit safer. The only issue about under is you have to time your bash. But besides that, you don't really have to time your double jump. Your double jump max height plus the glide will put you under this circle if you get the height optimally. And if you don't get the height optimally, you'll still be under the circle. So once you're like under the sort of rotating thing, bash, right? So double jump here, glide, and once you're under, bash, and there you go. I did a little bit low, but you can do it a little bit early. And it doesn't have to be diagonally up. It can be actually straight right. And then once you're done with the launch, you immediately dash, and that will get you to the other side, right? So you have that as well. From here, shoot once here. Get over here, wait for the camera to show, and then shoot. Now there's two things you can do here. You can either launch here, jump again, and then try to, this is the difficult part, but if you do this, you can normalize this sort of thing a little bit better. You're going to launch up and double jump here and grab. Once you grab, press right. If the character doesn't fall off, then you're Gucci. All you need to do after this is dash after the laser disappears. But sometimes you're not gonna be able to grab fully, and it's gonna drop like that. So you're gonna have to like try again, and there you go. Okay. If you don't want to do that, you can just don't jump from here. Okay. So you can either double jump dash or double jump launch. You know, or you can double jump dash, basically. So just follow the laser basically, and so with the same laser, so sort of tempo, you do the inputs, right? So jump, double jump, jump, double jump, jump, double jump, right? So jump, double jump, and then you bash, like so. Okay. You can do the same thing with dashing, although dashing will put you in a lower part of it, so it's a little bit scary. Like so, right? Now, the reason why I also suggest trying this out is because you actually get a bit of a normalized situation here that you don't have to worry about whether you landed or you didn't land at the rock where you're supposed to go. And so, if you're holding right, and you press dash as soon as the laser disappears, and you keep holding right, you will automatically land on the rock, right? So, like so, right? Super simple, really easy. The hard part is actually grabbing onto the wall and not letting go when you press right. So you have to confirm that before anything. If not, you probably don't need to confirm it. You just need to press right and dodge at the same time. But I'd rather not do that. Anyways, same thing here. You're going to do the double jump in the same tempo as the laser appears and disappears, and instead of dashing towards the next sort of platform on the right side, you're going to go up. And so the beautiful thing about this is that if you press Y only, basically the travel distance is going to be the same, and the angle is always, you know, up. So like so, and then you dash left, get up here, and you shoot this guy. Now, from here, just hold right, dash, and then hold glide, and that way you will land on the platform. And so this is a normalized way of landing on it, right? As opposed to doing like this, and then try to land here. Okay, so this way you don't really have to worry about anything. You just hold one direction and then just dash, and then hold glide. That's about it, right? Now here, we're gonna do another normalized strat. The entire section of this part in particular is very normalized. So we're gonna use the Y. As you can see, the height of the Y is so that we don't get hit by the laser, right? So what we're gonna do is we're going to hold glide, and as soon as we see the glide, we're gonna hold right after that. And that puts us right here. And after the laser disappear, we'll only just hit Y or hit launch, and we're here. From here, you're going to jump, dash, and then jump again, and then go for an angled launch. And then from here, you can just go all the way to the left side. But if you don't want to, you can also do a launch here, and once you hit you bump the ceiling, you just hold left. Now, why do we want to do this? Is because normally the way you deal with this is that you break that and then you go all the way to the right and you fall down. Now, you don't really want to do that, and so there's multiple ways you can actually break this without having to go back to the right, which is, I guess, a bit of a skip. And there's actually a good way to normalize the skip, so that way no matter what happens, you will stay hitless. Now, it's not super scary. Even if you don't normalize it, you'll be fine because you can dash away, and it's very safe. But I like normalizing it regardless, just in case, you know, human error can be a problem. So when you're in the wall, you're gonna hold down, tap right, and you're gonna switch to pike. When you activate pike, always gonna look on the left and then start turning right. When it turns right, hold left. So that way, when Ori lands on the floor, you immediately move left and you don't get hit by this. And so it's not really precise. You can be a little bit forward here, and you'll still make it past this ball. So a pike, and then hold left, and there you go. And then pike again, and there you go. Super simple. This entire part is very, very optimized and it's very well normalized. So we're not gonna be needing that anymore. So let's go get lunch, and we're going to go to the left side now. Now, if you're too late here, the enemies might spawn here, but they did not, so we're gonna just continue going down like nothing. And land here. Double jump here, glide, that's if you want to. And then double jump here again, glide, that's if you want to. Drop here, and I'm going to launch here. Now, Here, once you get out of these sort of like teleporters, you have all your movement options again, so you can actually go up again if you want to. So I'm gonna glide here, jump, and then I'm going to grapple. So I'm waiting for that sort of ball to go up and down. Okay. Now, the way I deal with these sort of this sort of section is that I utilize my positioning analyzer to indicate when is it safe to actually go past the laser. So the position that I went with Ori is right around here, and the laser activating as soon as I'm here. Slightly more to the right, which is what happened with the laser. I started a little bit more to the right instead of like down here, and so this is a good one. So when the laser disappears, I'm going to jump. There you go, right? So that's the proper spot you want to be in. For this one in particular, you want to be where I'm at, which is like the right side of this right here, or a little bit lower than this. And again, what I'm saying is like your positioning and the laser both have to appear at the same time, or be in the same time, right? So if you're on the right side and the laser starts, that's a good spot, okay? So, not yet. That's a good one, right? So we'll wait for it again. Next one here. There you go. And then this is very crucial. Once you get the height that you need, you're gonna dash to the left and immediately launch. Once you launch, glide and hold left. And double jump if you need to. Now, to be able to nail this every single time, this position is going to be very important. You're going to want the front leg of Ori, which is hard to see here, but the front leg of Ori, you want to have it in the sort of like concave part, like right in the middle, right? Too high up, not going to be able to grapple. Too low, Ori will drop, okay? So like, for example, too high up, nothing's going to happen. Too low, wait. Too low like this and Ori will... See if I can get it. Oh, I forgot, wait, hold on. It's a little bit... Okay, it worked this time, but basically if you're too low, Ori's gonna attempt to grab it and it's gonna fall down. You're gonna have to act quickly. But basically, just do that. You know, you're gonna wanna have so you're gonna wanna have Ori's front foot basically in the middle of this concave, exactly where I'm at. You're gonna hold right, and then when the laser disappears, you're gonna grapple, right? And so that way, this is like the safest way to do it. And then this next one, you want Ori to be right around where it's looking right now, but a bit more to the right, and you want the laser to appear at that exact same spot, okay? Like there. Well, and I do exactly what I did. For some reason, I press right as I'm launching. But do it again. Hold on, let me get this so I can get some, just in case. No, that's not it. That's a bad position. And if a position is not that great, you can... Sometimes it's like there's fixed positions that you're not gonna be able to get. So you can just like jump again and try again. So for example, that's a bad one, but for example here, I could just do this. And maybe I'll get a better position here. So this is a good one. There you go. If you're seeing that you're not getting the position you want, just jump up, grab it again, and then see if you get a better one. Right. The timing for that is kind of weird. I actually I jump before the laser is appearing, and I stall a little bit and then go to the right. Or if not, you can jump with the laser, but this will be a little bit more risky. So I would say jump basically before the laser appears. Or no. Jump basically jump before the laser appears. And then when the laser disappears, it goes in. You go ahead. Basically. It's a weird timing. Here. Not what I wanted. And then back to launch. We TP top. Now, we're gonna be dealing with the. We're gonna be getting the ones on the top now. The left one is probably one of the most scariest ones for me, if I be honest. These things have not appeared yet, that's weird. But anyways, don't destroy this, because we use it to actually get up here. And this enemy stays here. If he does, then don't worry, you just launch towards him, bash him, and his attack will kill him and stuff. So, do this. And then his attack will... There you go, he dies on his own. So, dash jump, launch here, and then grab on. Like this. Launch up, launch diagonally. And then look down. Kill that. Kill this. So now we go down. And so I don't really have a really good consistent strat for this part of the laser. Usually what I want is to see the laser on the left up and the one on the right off. It's that way I go in. So like that. And then I stall here, wait for this one to get away, and there you go. It's super simple. But I don't have it like super specific on it, on like when exactly, like what the timings and everything, you know. I'll glide here, jump. That way this one hits up there. Drop down, start gliding here. And then do that. Don't worry, that projectile will actually do damage. Any projectile that you already bashed doesn't have any hitbox anymore. When this projectile actually leaves the screen on the right side, you launch up. And then start gliding down. Grab here, this angle, launch up here, and then this way. There you go. 4 shots, kill this. But if you have spike, then you can do it with spike. The reason we do this one first is because now we can go left instead of teleporting to the farewell, which is what we're gonna be doing most of the time. Because we need to get to the top part first, and so. Oh, well, I don't have magnet for some reason, right? Yeah. So, get in here, launch up, and you're going to bash 3 times. Up, launch up. There you go, and then grab here. If you don't get this height, just launch up again once you appear, with no direction input. Here, launch up, go over this guy. If this guy is a nuisance, just bash up. Yeah, 5 hours of doing guides is kind of horrible. Launch in this angle and then dash. The best thing I can tell you. And then we're gonna go into the teleporter. So grab here, dash here, grab onto this wall. And these first lasers we're actually going to launch ourselves. So like so. And here we're going to dash. We're going to dash once the lasers disappear. And glide, and once we glide, we're gonna jump up, and we're gonna jump up while gliding, and then go a little bit more to the right because it's less precise. Okay, so but this one's the scariest one of the 2. Right there. Break that. Break this. By the time you do this, he's gonna turn around, and we're gonna use his projectile to stagger him, so we can do projectile pike, right? So we're gonna do 2 pikes after this. So like this, pike, jump, and then pike. There you go. And then after this is launch time. So double jump here, hold launch, glide. Double jump here, go down, standard launch. Not standard, like neutral launch. For the purposes of the rest of the explanation, I'm gonna call it neutral launch. The launch where you actually has no directional. And then we're gonna come down here and we're gonna switch to fire. Position yourself right around here. Hold fire, and then I'm gonna use the background to aim it right around here. You can probably go a little bit higher if you want to, but I think right around here is good. And then the fire, if it connects directly, he will die before he gets to me. If not, then you're just gonna have to fight him, I guess. Don't let him actually land. Don't let him actually land a third time, because then he will do the waves. Now, if you don't trust this, here's what you can do. Right? You're going to start the same way I did, right? But then you're gonna dodge right. And if you dodge right, the enemy loses aggro completely. And you can go back in and then angle again for a second shot so you can kill the enemy. So, if you're scared of that, just position yourself where I did in the beginning. Do the fireball. And then immediately dodge right, so the enemy loses aggro, and then you can come back in, see if he's dead. If it's not dead, you can kill it. So that way you don't get the jumps. Okay. From this position here, make sure you have launch again, and you're going to neutral jump, no movement or anything, once the gap opens here. So once it opens, neutral jump, land here, double jump, glide, stay on the right side, and then go to the left side. And so now, just the hitbox of the sort of gap here extends a little bit. So the top part of it, when it's like rotating, it actually extends a little bit further away. So I wouldn't say it's precise, but be careful not to get memed on, you know? So, like so. Very good guide. Duration complicated. Duration complicated, time of the run. Yeah. That's true. Take a nap of almost 2 hours. Ah, damn. Qué pena. Alright, so any of these two gaps you can enter if you want to, but there's something that we're like looking for specifically. The bottom two lasers need to be hitting, or is it the bottom or the bottom two lasers need to be hitting first, and then one laser only, and then after that laser we go up. Okay, so we're gonna be using this bunch here. We're gonna wait for this laser to go up, and then we're gonna go up here, and then boom. I apologize, my speaking is kind of like weird right now. I feel like I'm kind of rushing it as well, so I need to calm down. But trying to do a guide for 5 hours long is crazy. I think I probably done longer. I don't know. Anyways, up here, and then shoot 4 times. And we're good. No, it's 4 hours and 28 minutes, not that long. Right on. Now, we have a few left. So we're gonna do middle and then right, and then we'll do the boss last. So, get some energy back just in case. There it is, they spawned again, but we don't really need to go down there. Now this time, since I already opened this area, we're gonna go up here. And then we're gonna bash onto this enemy. Launch here and then dash out. We're gonna neutral launch. Drop down, dash here. And we're gonna neutral jump here, neutral dash here. Launch, neutral launch here. Kill that thing, neutral launch again, double jump, and then dash up. Another neutral jump here. And we're gonna land here. Now we're gonna launch inside this and grapple. Now, the moment for us to actually go inside the teleporter is when the teleporter is looking at the laser in the bottom. So dash here and then launch here, and then grab onto this and grab onto this. Same thing here. When the teleporter is looking at the laser, we're gonna double jump, and then after the double jump, we are going to launch or hold the launch. So double jump here, hold launch. Now we're gonna go down. Now be careful with the sort of like red thingies here, because the hitbox extends really far away, so you don't want to be too high or too low. And we're gonna go up here and then bash in there. Okay, there's the way you do that last part, that's on you. Honestly, there's multiple ways of doing it, and every single one of them is scary. The whole idea is for you to stall enough so you can launch yourself inside the teleporter. And that's about it. Try not to kill the enemy who's throwing projectiles, because he's like very crucial for you, for your survival. If you kill the enemy, it's over. Okay. But if you do, then it's not a big deal. You can teleport away, which is nice. So you got that going for you. Like if things are going bad, you kill the enemy, you're about to take a die or whatever, you can kind of go to the map and just teleport away, because you can teleport in the air, which is super good. If you don't want to use it because you feel like it's cheating, it's up to you. But that shit is fair game. So if it's in the game, if it's in the game, it's in the game. Now you're going to you don't have to really do this. You can kind of like glide down little by little, but if you want something a slightly bit more precise, you can dash off this, go a little bit to the right, and then drop down and start gliding here. And there you go. If you find the exact position of this, you can actually go down without gliding and you'll be fine. Now after this, we're gonna go this way, and so this is sort of like another skill check more than anything. So just copy what I do. I'm gonna be doing some neutral launches, so that way I take away a bit of the human error, so I can kind of fix things up. So we're gonna burrow down diagonally, glide down, and as soon as we're like in the bottom, like peak bottom of like where the terrain is, we're going to dash, double jump, and then do a neutral launch so we can get close to the ball that we need to burrow. And so the whole idea is that we're going to sort of like align ourselves with that ball so we can get as close as possible so we can burrow. So once you do that, you're gonna burrow up, let it take max distance, jump, neutral launch, let it take max distance, jump, and then burrow. Don't take too long though, because projectiles will catch up to you. Once you've done that, where you launch and you burrow over it, you're gonna dash left, jump, neutral launch, grab onto the blue thing, double jump, dash, glide into the enemy. You're gonna bash up the enemy diagonally upright, and immediately hold launch and time it where your enemy shooting its projectile. You're gonna do that, and once you launch, you're gonna hold back so you can get closer to the projectile, bash onto that projectile, and then do a neutral launch up, burrow, and then you'll be into the enemy. Okay, so that's a lot to take, but basically explain everything that I'm gonna be doing. But this is more of a skill check than anything. The beginning was a little bit weak there, but basically that's what you're supposed to do. I wasn't supposed to like grab onto the wall. So. Like neutral jumps on FGT? Yeah, exactly. Neutral jumps. No movement, no left and right. After that, we just only have one more, so we're gonna teleport back, and then we're gonna fight the boss from there. Teleport back to the thing again, and then go into fight the final boss. This is the mini boss that we're gonna be doing. The boss itself is not super complicated, which is funny because it in the beginning when this game came out, it was the one thing that was kind of like, when it came to like sections, it was the thing that was preventing me from really wanting to fully go on it. But honestly, the thing that sealed the deal for me on to like not wanting to do this run was because the hitboxes in this game were like really, really bad. So I was like, yeah, we're not doing this. But it's been fixed, some of it. So we're here again, I guess. Laser disappears, you're gonna dash in, glide, and then drop a little bit, and then double jump afterwards. There you go. Get over it, and then launch. and then just glide here and wait, and then drop. If you don't have energy, you can have energy. If you don't have health, full health, you get full health there, because you're gonna need it for you're gonna need it so you can have 30% more damage out of life force, right? Bonus damage when above half life. So here we're going to, once the introduction of the boss starts, you're not gonna be able to move. So we're gonna use the falling art, you know, when we were falling, to sort of like to look for where we want to be precisely. And so the ideal spot will be left side of the crystals in the bottom, or the energy crystals in the bottom, and from there you just start bashing your shots when you start, and then you can hold the shots until it's dead. You're gonna get 3 scenarios out of this. Number 1, the enemy starts getting back all the rocks that you broke from it. Number 2, the enemy is going to start lasering you counterclockwise, which is the worst one of them all. Because if that happens, you're gonna have to stop shooting, launch up, go to the left side, and drop down and start shooting again. If it does it clockwise, then you can keep shooting until it gets close to you, dash to the left, and then keep shooting again, and you'll be fine. So those are the 3 scenarios you're gonna get. The worst one again being the counterclockwise, the best one being it does nothing. So drop here, right here, good spot more than anything. I have it, yeah. And then mash, hold, give me the good scenario. And there you go. That's simple. If it gives you that, then you're Gucci. If it doesn't, then you gotta sort of like play around with it. But the boss dies really quickly. Not a big deal. They lets you stay on positive. Alright, teleport once, and we go up now. Onto the final boss. Por cierto, ¿viste el Capcom Cup? You saw a Capcom Cup? Nice. Alright. So, final boss. Do this if you want to. Don't really need to do it. You can actually bash. You can actually launch. You can do this normally. Just launch this way and then go up. Or you just those are the 2 methods. You can do the swaggy way if you want to, which is like you launch forward and you do this. But as you can see, I kind of died. Porque lo descalificaron. Or you can just do an angle here, where you barely touch the floor, and you can actually like launch up. So and this one's a bit difficult. There you go. And then neutral launch there, neutral launch there, and then once you get past this sort of tree in the background, you can't do any more launches, but you can do it beforehand. So what we're gonna do is we're going to launch ourselves, gonna double jump, launch, glide, and then jump again, and then the game will like take a glide away, and then we'll just land here. And at this point we can skip cutscene. Cosa tu criptonita? Sai DJ siempre que le hace pelea. Ah, damn DJ, qué pena. Oh, en serio, damn. Alright, so final boss. So final boss is there's not really any cheese for this boss. There really isn't any cheese for this boss. You're just gonna have to fight it straight up. You can kind of loop the boss into doing 2 particular attacks, which is the claw attack, which slams in the bottom to the ground, and or the other one where he kind of like stomps you with the wings, like with the stick wing or whatever you want to call it. And you can loop between those 2, and it's a little bit scary to try to deal with it. You can play the risky route here and actually do 4 to 5 pikes, and that will end the fight really quickly. or you can just do a bit of floor slob and just start smacking it away. But that's the more riskier one. If you want to, my suggestion is to have the one shard that we actually bought for this particular reason. So that way we can be a bit aggressive with the pike and also get our shards back if it need be. So first phase, I think I will encourage you to use pike. So second phase is a little bit easier to deal without the pike because the way the boss handles it is not that bad. But if you play far away, you will be subject to more attacks that the boss can do, so do have that in mind. So we start the boss, and it's immediately going to start with the claw attack, right? So you're gonna dash right, and then launch, and you're just going to like sort of floor lava type shit. And then bait that again. And then bait it again. Yeah. So not super easy, but you can do that. And again, if you don't like that, you can just do pike. So I kind of messed up there. Second time that bastard hits me with that, but in this part, it's really good to actually hit him if you want to with that. Neutral launch there. And there you go. The fight actually doesn't last that long. Again, you can just go full pike on pike mode and just do as many packages as you want. Don't be too far to the right side of this where the transition happens, because there's a hitbox on the right side of the transition, and it's just horrible. So stay here. Don't stay too far forward. So the hitbox that I'm talking about is actually here. Basically, when the things start to break, for some reason something appears there and just hits you. So don't be here. Now that we're doing this, basically just straight up platforming, nothing more than to say. Just really standard platforming. So jump here. Okay. So if you're not fast enough, that can happen as well. The enemy will hit you there, and then when you land here, it's also going to go for a scream. So just get out. And just pike. Okay. And from here on forward, you can do whatever you want. As you can see, you can hit him pretty easily. It's gonna do the diagonal attacks. You're just gonna have to move away. Try to like, I would say try to be in the center for those kind of things, and then just immediately just dip out because the hitbox is pretty big. Anyway, when it's doing this, I like to stay like in one side, so that way it doesn't break the middle. It doesn't break the middle. And then when it does this, it's like the perfect moment to attack. Also, like I said, make sure you actually have Catalyst. You don't really need Sticky in this part, because Catalyst will give you more energy. So neutral launch up and then stay just hitting him like so. So that way you get a bit more you get a bit more of like the thingy. I got it messed up, but You can neutral launch that as well. Okay, so this is the important part. Because most of this you're gonna have to just like really study the boss more than anything. If you want to like really not stress about like the transition of this particular part, you're gonna want to stay on the right side here, right side edge. By staying on the right side edge, the enemy won't be able to hit you. Okay. Yeah, that's good, Miley. Thank you so much. So the enemy's gonna go for this. It's not gonna hit you. And that's gonna also go for this attack in particular. Once it lands here, once it lands next to you, neutral launch. You're gonna neutral launch to bait the next dash to be above you as you're going down. And then you're going to start maneuvering after that. So the sequence that the boss likes to do for this particular attack is going to be left, left, right, right. So it's gonna be left horizontal dash, left diagonal dash, right horizontal dash, right diagonal dash. So yeah, so launch here, glide down, and then go under. And now it's gonna be left. And then one thing I want you to understand is that, yeah, it didn't happen for me there. Trying to explain it's kind of hard while doing it. So one thing to have in mind is that if in a case that you are like in a really tough spot, you can bash through the enemy and you won't take damage, but it's somewhat I wouldn't say precise, but somewhat in that sort of area of like if you bash too early, then you'll get hit by the hitbox. But if you bash as soon as the boss is about to like go through you, you won't take damage. Okay. So stay on this side. If nothing has been broken, he will do like 4 stomps, I believe, and then once the stomp is next to you, just get out. As you can see. Oh, that one hit me. You can actually pike here if you want to. And then pike again if you want to. Yeah. This boss has it's not super complicated, but you need to like really learn how to fight it. I didn't make it. Okay, so dash here, leader lunch, and then let's do it. There you go. So that's pretty much the entire fight. If you pike the balls, that's what you get. Right. So phase 1 can be a little bit scary, so it might be in your best interest to just transition out of phase 1 as quickly as possible. Oh, one thing that I will talk about this later if anything. But there's a bit of a meme with the dashes. The one here, just do this really quickly so you don't get hit. Now, when Shriek is flying like this, there's three attacks that it could do. There's the one where it just lands entirely on the entire stage and you need to get out. And you hear like a really loud sort of sound that indicates that. The other one is where Shriek kind of like disappears out of nowhere and then starts like stomping really quickly. So if it disappears, you know it's a stomp. There's nothing else to it. If it kind of like slowly goes out, where it disappears, well, it doesn't disappear, but it goes pretty high up. It's gonna be the one that covers the entire stage. And if it doesn't do any of those things, and it kind of like stays in the same place, it's just gonna do a laser. You can just punish the laser. You can also punish the one where it just covers the entire stage. So basically that, but I didn't meant to spike. Neutral launch here, and this is actually a pretty good moment to get a bit more catalyst going on. Except I didn't get any. I don't have catalyst. Oh, I took a hit. I did not. Okay. So see what he's gonna do. Yeah. And again. There we go. Get out of there. If it lands like that, the landing won't do damage, but what comes afterwards will. So you get out of the screen. And then just you. One of the things that I like to do is either stay in the middle, for the dashes, for like the dashes is gonna do. Right, but if not, stay in the corners if I know the bird's kind of like going up to stomp on me or something. So I would say like around here is like my favorite spot because I have good equal distance to the corner, to the edge, or the center based on what the bird's gonna do. And then these things have hitbox, has splash damage. Be careful with that because splash damage actually, you're not immune to splash damage even after bashing, you'll get hit. Okay. So there you go. That attack in particular, not really good to dash and towards it. It's better to dash away from it, or launch and dash away from it. Just dodge it away from it. So when it's doing this, this is the laser. You neutral launch up and don't do what I did. I basically missed a hit. So. There we go. See what he's going to do. There you go, that's pretty good damage. We got some stuff back. Kind of trying to like go through all the attacks so you can see them all, you know. Again, doing the same thing again. As you can see, we can do that. But I shouldn't have hit the boss so we could cycle through more of it. But yeah, once this transition happens, the thing you want to do is you want to dodge all four of them, and then go to the right, pike the boss, and then dodge his attack, pike again, and then one more attack. That's usually how it goes. Because I think 2 pikes won't kill it unless you upgrade the pike, which maybe it will work. I don't know. But yeah. Go high, start low. There you go. And now pike it. Pike it again. There you go. I missed the basic pike. It looks like we don't really need to pike it, I guess. I don't really know. But the thing is, 2 pikes seal the deal. Right? Having to dodge the dashes that the boss does at the end, kind of difficult. It's not super easy at all. They are always going to be targeted towards you. It's not a fixed position where they go for. The choices of attacks, the angles that it chooses is consistent. It's always going to be horizontal, diagonal, horizontal, diagonal. But the position is always going to be where you're currently at. So you kind of need to utilize that to manipulate where they are. So, which is why we start with a neutral launch, and then we fall down. So the first horizontal dash is higher, and we can go under and try to like deal with the rest of the pipe. And then after that, if you successfully dodge all of them, prepare to go to the right side, pike as you're going in there. Basic attack if you want to, and then pike a second time. I wouldn't encourage you entirely to go for a double pike. I'd rather encourage you to try to go for a double pike and see how it goes, because there's a chance that maybe you'll get hit during cutscene if you try to double pike. The reason I say that is because in your attempt to double pike, there's a chance that the boss could probably shoot you, and if that were the case, then you could probably get hit during cutscene. So, if anything, pike, launch pike. But I do recommend you at least test it out to see if double piking is actually a better option. If so, then what you need to do is just pike as the boss is coming in, double jump again, and pike again, and you should be fine. Should be Gucci. Anyways, that's it for everything related to this game. I hope that this works for you. It's an entire 5 hours of guides. If you need any more help, like I said, you can always find me on Discord. Maybe message me through YouTube. Find me on Twitch. Same name everywhere except Twitter. But yeah, hey Blasty. And yeah, always happy to help. So hope it works out.